Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I have finally some exciting news for you. Tales from the Gas Station Volume 1 through 3 is available right now on Amazon, in Kindle, on paperback, in hardcover, and finally, after months of waiting, on Audible. That's right, you can now get Volume 3 on Audible using the links in the description down below. And always get new stuff from Tales from the Gas Station as well as new announcements. Check out GasStationJack.com. And on to tonight's story. We were 1,000 miles from home when the car gave up the ghost. But to be honest, I was surprised we made it as far as we did. My old Nissan had been on life support for the better part of the last decade. Now that it was dead, I almost felt relief. Like the machine could finally be at peace in the great afterlife parking lot in the sky. Of course, that relief was easily outweighed by the newfound panic of being stranded in the middle of an unfamiliar nowhere. Jerry was under the hood doing everything short of dark magic to get the engine running again, while I paced the road with a cell phone over my head, hoping for a single bar of connectivity and feeling about as useful as male nipples. This certainly wasn't the highlight of our cross-country road trip, but it wasn't the worst moment either. That particular honor fell upon the roadside marsupial petting zoo. To be fair, this was taking my mind off of all those things I'd left back home, which was the entire purpose of this surprise vacation, after all. That's what my friends called it. A surprise vacation. Their delicate phrasing conjured a much kinder image of what turned out to be a low-key kidnapping. I got home from my overnight shift to find them all waiting for me in my living room, intervention style. My roommate, Jerry, the mastermind behind it all, had 2 go bags waiting by the front door and a map plotting our impending road trip to see the Pacific Ocean for the first time in my life. Jerry had been prone to these spontaneous, well-intended but highly irresponsible gestures for as long as I'd known him. At least, this time he didn't try to gift me a stray animal he found. Normally I would simply say, thanks, and shut it down before things got out of hand. But I wasn't in the proper headspace to fight back. I'd just gone through what can only be described as a traumatic event. Some people close to me died, and there was a major misunderstanding with the new sheriff, but that's probably a story best saved for another day. Suffice to say, my friends saw that I was going through a rough patch, and thought it would be good medicine to get me far away from everything for a few days. They made sure my shifts at the gas station were covered until the end of the week, just long enough for things to settle down and go back to normal. I couldn't blame them for not understanding what was really going on. Hell, I only got a tenuous grasp on it myself, but the doctors assured me everything would be fine now, just as long as I stuck to the plan and took my medicine. After a few long days filled with tourist traps, roadside attractions, cheap motels, and car farts, it looked like we'd finally reached the end of our adventure. We were a few states shy of the West Coast, but low on money and even lower on time. This trip was as close to a success as we were likely to get, and the car's breakdown was the final straw. I decided to give Jerry a few more seconds of vacation before breaking the news to him, which is why I was taking so long looking for cell service when I knew there was none to be found way out here. When I got back to the car, Jerry popped his head out from under the hood and said, "Okay, try the engine now." I turned the key to the sound of stubborn silence. "Nada," I announced. "Really? Fuck a doodle. I bypassed the engine switch. It's not the battery or the starter. Spark plugs are good, fuses are good, wiper blades are new, blinker fluid is full. Maybe it's out of gas," I offered, exhausting the full extent of my vehicular knowledge. "No, it's got a half a tank." He slammed the hood shut and said, "Well, I'm going to make friends with the tree. When I get back, I'll start taking the engine apart. In the meantime, you should build a fire and find something to cook. I might be here a while." "That plan isn't going to work." "Relax, dude. It's just an expression. I'm not really making friends with the tree," he scoffed. "If anything, I'm about to give it a good reason to be mad at me." "I meant, we can't set up camp here, hoping for a miracle, or a friendly passerby. I mean, what are the odds a good Samaritan would take the same shortcut we did?" I wasn't trying to be mean, but he was the one to discover this brilliant alternate route between highways over an hour ago, and in that time we hadn't seen a single car besides our own. Our path had been nothing but acre after acre of farmland and trees, and of course, That one enormous house back at the top of the hill.
All right, Jerry relented. What's the plan then?
Did you clock that spooky house we passed about a mile ago? He laughed.
How could I not? It was so extra.
He wasn't wrong. The place stuck out like a pink bikini at a Mormon funeral. Unlike the traditional farmhouses and double wides that decorated most of our adventure through the back roads of the American South, this place was a certifiable mansion, a mix between Greek Revival and Gothic architecture, including spires, columns, and even a widow's walk. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a gargoyle or two hanging out on the roof, and I would have bet my last dollar the place was haunted. One thing was for certain, it was the sort of place I'd love to avoid at all costs. I think we need to go there, I said regrettably. Jerry eagerly agreed. As he relieved himself by the side of the road, I went into the car's trunk and collected a few necessities for the walk up the hill. Bag of trail mix, bottle of water, some sunscreen. I wasn't expecting this to take very long, but not very long was exactly enough time for me to burn, and poor preparation had kicked my ass too many times lately. Jerry must have had a similar thought. He came up next to me and reached under our bags, pulling the baseball bat from its hiding place. What's that for? I asked.
Protection. Duh. There could be wolves out there.
No, dude. No weapons. I don't want to show up at a stranger's house looking any more suspicious than we already do.
Oh, good point.
He tossed the bat inside and slammed the trunk shut. I thought we had everything we needed. I thought we were being smart by leaving the weapon behind. In retrospect, it was the first of many bad decisions. It took half an hour to get to the top of the hill, another 5 minutes just to walk up the winding driveway through the meticulously manicured lawn. When we finally reached the enormous double doors, I was too exhausted to even feel nervous anymore. Jerry knocked while I fished, unsuccessfully, for cell reception.
Who do you think lives here anyway? Jerry asked. Some kind of supervillain? King of the farmer folk? The Munsters?
If I had to guess, probably the kind of people whose family used to own the people. The door opened, and I quickly remembered how to feel nervous again. "Can I help you?" the old woman croaked in a voice that sounded like paper tearing. She was a little over 4 feet tall and dressed like a Victorian-era doll, with gray hair tied back below a cloth bonnet, bristly nose hairs, skin the color of canned meat spread, and the thickest pair of wire-frame glasses I'd ever seen, magnifying her pupils to the size of quarters. To put it bluntly, she was difficult to look at. I nearly dropped my phone, but Jerry didn't even flinch. He just tipped an imaginary hat and said,
"Hello there, ma'am. My name is Jerry, and this is my associate Jack. We hate to be a bother, but our vehicle broke down just up the street, and we were wondering if it might be possible to—"
"I wasn't expecting any more company," she interrupted. "Are you sure you have the right address?"
Jerry and I shared a look.
"No, ma'am," he said. I was just saying that our car stopped working out of the blue. We were stranded on the side of the road, and Jack is a nervous Nelly, so we decided—"
"All the guests have been accounted for," she said,
her voice registering somewhere between a creaking door and an angry drill sergeant.
"You must check your invitations, please."
Jerry took a breath and rubbed his hands together.
"Is there someone younger we could talk to?"
"Jerry!" I snapped.
"Relax, dude. I didn't even think she could hear us."
I pushed him out of the way, stepped up to the feeble old woman, and looked into her enormously magnified eyes. "Excuse me," I said gently. "We need to use your phone, please." She tilted her head up, then back down, presumably giving us both the once-over. Then she turned around and said, "Follow me this way to the telephone machine. Local calls only, no long distance, please." As she disappeared into the bowels of the ancient manor, I hesitated. A familiar feeling washed over me, one I could neither trust nor ignore. A feeling of dread, and an unshakable sense that something was wrong here. Only this time, it felt stronger. It felt realer. Before I could comprehend what was happening, Jerry had already marched past me into the dark entryway, leaving me all alone with my paranoia. I took a breath and plowed ahead after him. The short, elderly woman spoke in a dry monotone as we followed her past the entryway into an enormous great hall that wouldn't have looked out of place on the first-class deck of the Titanic. I was only halfway listening, but I picked up enough to understand that she was reciting the house's history like some kind of tour guide. The home was built in 18-something-something by Colonel something-something. It began as a plantation, I knew it, and then served as a hospital during the Civil War, or as she worded it, the War of Northern Aggression. As her words droned on, the interior of the manor was busy telling its own story. The hardwood floors and century-old claw marks, the enormous painting hanging over the fireplace depicting a man with sideburns and a "I dare you to" grimace. The suit of armor, bearskin rug, crystal chandelier. I half expected to see a diamond billboard sign reading, "We have old money, so fuck you." The air smelled of tobacco and old books. Voices, muffled from far away, transferred through the walls. There was a jovial nature to them, some laughter even. The place was alive with people. At least that's what I hoped I was hearing. At the base of the grand staircase was a thin door. The woman opened it, revealing a much less impressive set of steps leading down into a basement. She descended, and Jerry followed. I considered the wisdom of staying put, keeping the exit in sight just in case one of us needed to make a break for it. I looked over my shoulder to make sure the door was still there. Not that it would do much good. If things went south again, I knew I wouldn't make it very far on my own. When I turned towards the basement, it was already too late to tell them to stop or wait. I looked back at the exit. I was stranded. It's remarkable, really, that even with my attention being pulled in such opposite extremes, I somehow managed to notice the shelf of books against the wall by the fireplace. Even more remarkable, how I gravitated towards it, almost unwillingly. How time stood still, how I forgot where I was for only a moment, and in that moment, I must have pulled a book out and begun reading. It had been ages since I let myself relax and get lost in a good story. What the hell am I doing? Time whips snapped back into place around me. How long have I been standing here? I was already a chapter and a half in. I closed the book and inspected it. The basilisk stare. It was an Agatha Christie mystery that I'd never heard of before. Strange, I thought I'd already read everything she'd written. How did this one escape my radar? All at once, I became aware of an unsettling presence, a looming shadow. The same feeling you get when a cop car starts tailing you on the interstate. I put the book back where it belonged, then turned around and confirmed my suspicions. I was no longer alone here. The young woman was silently watching me. For how long, I didn't know, but I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, and say that she wasn't Edward Cullening me this entire time. She wore a light blue formal dress, one that could have been plucked straight from the 19th century, complete with a hoop skirt and white elbow-length gloves. She was about my age, assuming she wasn't a ghost or a vampire, of course, with piercing blue eyes and black hair and ringlets, framing a heart-shaped face. In her hand, she held an old book, the cover worn down enough to obscure the title. She didn't say anything. She didn't smile or nod. She just stood there, quietly staring. I thought this behavior was a little weird until I realized that I was guilty of the same thing. I managed to get out the words, "Oh," and "Hi," in that order. She turned her gaze momentarily to the bookshelf, then back to me. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. "You're like me, aren't you?" I didn't answer right away. I didn't know how to answer. Part of me deep down wanted to say yes, but I couldn't understand why. Instead, I tried, "What do you mean?" When she spoke again, her voice had a little more heft. "There's something wrong with you." The way she said it carried no malice. It was an innocent statement. I gave an honest response. "Yeah, how'd you know?" Her next question made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. The weird stuff. Does it follow you too? I looked around to make sure that we were still alone before answering. I don't know yet.
This way, please.
The old woman had returned. Despite the word please, I could tell it was more of a command than a request. The girl with the piercing blue eyes stepped in front of me, shelved her book, and walked away without another word. This time when the old woman descended the stairs, I was quick to follow. The sooner we got a call into the mechanic, the sooner we could leave this place. Forever. The underground room smelled exactly how I expected an underground room to smell. Musty and damp. A single bare incandescent light bulb hung from the ceiling, illuminating our surroundings. A broken grandfather clock against the far wall, an industrial washer and dryer combo, cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling, and an 8-foot-tall taxidermied polar bear that begged the question, how the hell did they get that thing down here in one piece? Jerry already had the receiver of the corded phone between his ear and shoulder when I walked in. His hands held a yellowed phone book.
All right, thanks, buddy. Yeah, you too.
He looked at me with a strange expression. His mouth formed a smile, but his eyes were saying, "You're not going to like what I have to tell you." "What is it?" I asked. He put the phone book on the table, cradled the receiver, took a breath, then answered slowly.
"I've got good news and bad.
You know I hate this game, right?
The mechanic knows exactly where we are. He's sending his tow truck for a tow. But he won't be able to get to us till morning."
"Then we try someone else."
"Yeah, about that. He's the only mechanic in the entire county."
"Oh? Did he tell you that?"
"He's the only mechanic listed in the phone book."
What? How's that even possible?" I stepped over to the table and picked up the book. It immediately opened to the page for the mechanics. If I wasn't so paranoid, I might not think anything about it. But the fact that it fell open directly to the exact spot I was looking for registered less as serendipity and more as a red flag being big enough to propel a sailboat. I sighed once I saw that he was right. Single entry under mechanics, automotive. I put the book away and said, "That's fine. We can just make it through one night in the car. We survived a lot worse." I nearly jumped out of my skin when the old woman began speaking. I'd honestly forgotten she was still there.
If this is what must be, I will not begrudge any travelers the safety of shelter for one night. There is a spare room available on the 3rd floor, the Woodrow Harper Suite.
"Oh, no," I said. "We couldn't possibly accept such an imposition." Jerry made a noise that sounded like a quack and said,
Oh yeah, we can. What are you talking about?"
She insisted.
It's no problem at all. My family has long been blessed with the fruits of fortune. It is only right that we extend our hospitality to those in need. However, there is one condition upon which I must insist."
"No. Really," I said. "It's okay."
"No. Really," Jerry echoed. "Did you say sweet?"
The bad feeling in my gut was growing stronger by the second. "Jerry, do you mind if I talk to you in private for a moment?" He followed me to the far corner, below the watchful eyes of that dust-covered bear. "I don't like it," I whispered. "There's something wrong here. Something about this place doesn't make sense." For a flash instant, I thought I saw something crawling up the wall next to us, but upon closer inspection, I realized that there was nothing there. My mind had a tendency to play tricks. Jerry didn't bother with the inside voice.
"Yeah, I know. It's creepy as fuck, but Grandma over there hardly strikes me as a murder cannibal. I'm reasonably certain if push comes to shove, we can take her."
I looked over my shoulder to see if Grandma had heard us. If she had, her face didn't show it. I turned back to Jerry and continued. "It's not her I'm worried about."
"Well, what is it?"
I took a second to try and find the answer, but realized I didn't know. Instead, I shrugged.
"Hey, it's cool, Jerry said. If you're getting bad vibes, we can piece right out of here. But let me ask you this. If your gut's correct, if something is wrong, do you really think we'll be any safer waiting out in the car?
He had a point. Whatever was triggering my nope radar could possibly follow us a mile down the road. But if we did go back to the Nissan, at least I could spend the night with a baseball bat in my hands. The old woman's patience must have finally run out. She turned to the stairs and called over her shoulder.
Follow me this way. I'll show you to your room.
Jerry read the look on my face and tried to pump the brakes.
Actually, we're gonna rough it in the car tonight. No need to show us to any... Oh, okay. She's already gone.
We hurried up the stairs behind her. When we'd all re-emerged on the ground floor, she started towards the grand staircase, but Jerry and I took a different route, heading straight for the front door. Just before I could reach the handle, the lights flickered and a booming noise filled the room, freezing us in place. The sound of a distant explosion lingered for a couple seconds, then dissipated. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it sounded like thunder. I broke free from my deer in the headlights moment and opened the door to see that the sky outside had turned a murky black. Waves of thick, torrential rain rocked the trees on the horizon like hands, frantically waving goodbye to the world. I'd been through enough tornadoes to know what bad weather looked like, but this was something different. A bolt of lightning cracked open a tree on the other side of the road. A half a second later, the noise washed over us. I instinctively stepped back and shut the door.
Jerry laughed. Guess that settles it, huh? Looks like we're hunkering down for the night, whether we like it or not.
It appears the looming tempest has finally reached us.
Once again, the old woman snuck up on me, only revealing her presence when she spoke. I turned to her. She showed no signs of concern. No smile or frown, no emotion at all, really. She just stood and waited for me to say something, which, after finally finding my voice again, I did. You said there was one condition to our staying the night?
Yes,
she answered.
As you have undoubtedly discovered by now, this is no ordinary bed and breakfast. A typical reservation is made a full year in advance. The experience of spending a night in Bedside Manor is quite valuable in more ways than one. If you will be present, I expect you to behave as legitimate guests. That means engaging in all the evening's activities, exploring the various mysteries, and staying in character. Above all else, she raised her voice to emphasize this next part, you must not let any of the other participants know that you did not pay for a room. Is that understood?
Clear as mud,
Jerry answered.
Excellent. Please follow me to your accommodations.
Her explanation was way too much for me to digest all at once. The activities? Bed and breakfast? Character? She was continuing to speak as we followed her up the grand staircase further from the safety of the outside.
Bedside Manor contains 13 bedrooms, 5 for guests, 3 for family, and an additional 5 for the servants. At one point, it was considered quite progressive to allow the help to live within the main quarters, but Eustace Bedside saw it as an exercise in practicality. Keep your friends close and your workers closer.
I hung back a few steps and caught Jerry at a safe whispering distance. That storm really came out of nowhere.
It's a cloudburst, he said with a shrug. They happen.
I got sunburnt walking up the hill. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Good thing we got here when we did, huh?
He wasn't taking the hint. Yeah, I said, resigning myself to the situation. Good thing. The old woman reached the top of the landing and waited silently for us to catch up. When we were together again, she continued the monologue explaining the sordid history of the generations of bedsides, like it would somehow be relevant to the plot or something. I wasn't really paying attention. I just assumed Jerry was listening and could fill me in later. Before we knew it, we were standing beside a reddish-brown door with a mercury knob and a brass nameplate above the frame that read, Woodrow Harper, 1846 through 1857.
Do you have any questions for me at this time? She asked.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Bedside Manor offers a full experience in the immersion of a simpler time. We have neither computers or television machines. Save for emergencies, the telephone will not be available to anyone during the course of their stay.
I asked the next question. And what did you say your name was?
My name is Margaret. Margaret Bedside. But you may call me Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie. She offered us the key as well as a strange apology.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's only one bed in Woodrow Harper's suite.
I took the key and replied, That won't be a problem. She looked like there was something she wanted to say, but didn't. Instead,
I'll leave you two to get cleaned up. Please, feel free to use any clothing you find in the armoire. Dinner begins at 7 sharp. There will be a chance for social mingling at 6. I expect to see you both there.
With that, she turned and shuffled back towards the stairs. The room was, in a word, magnificent. There was a king-sized bed complete with its own curtains, a separate sitting area by the bookcase, even a crystal chandelier. I tried to keep a calm voice. Jerry, what is your understanding of the situation we find ourselves in right now?
Isn't it obvious?
Not at all.
Dude, check it out. This is one of those monster mystery themed bed and breakfasts.
He could barely contain his excitement.
I've always wanted to try one of these.
Come again? He started exploring the room like a kid in a candy shop.
It's like an escape room mixed with a dinner theater. Here's what's going to happen. Someone's going to die tonight. And then we get to spend the weekend playing detective. The reason everything here looks and feels so creepy is by design. Old Maggie's probably just an actress. This is going to be awesome.
He rushed into the bathroom, then excitedly called out,
They got a bidet and toilet paper. How fancy do you feel right now? Because I'm feeling monocle fancy.
I approached the window overlooking the front of the property. At the rate the surprise storm was churning along, it couldn't have much longer to go. Eventually the sky would have to run out of water, right? You are aware that we can't stay here overnight, aren't you? We don't have any of our stuff. We don't have clothes. I left my medicine in the car. I can't afford to skip another dose. Not after what happened last time. I thought about the moment earlier at the bookshelf. About the lost time. And then I thought about the girl with the blue eyes. Jerry soon interrupted my train of thought, returning to the main room wearing a silken bathrobe around his neck like an oversized scarf.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten about that, he said. Tell you what, when the storm clears, maybe we can pull an Irish goodbye. But in the meantime, let's see if the wardrobe comes with its own complimentary Narnia portal.
He opened the double doors to the armoire, then took a step back and whistled. What is it?
Hey, Jack. What size suit do you wear?
I don't know. Medium. Why? I crossed the room to see that the piece of furniture held 2 complete tuxedo suits, formal wear, with tails and top hats. No, thank you. Shoes and bow ties. Exactly 2 sets. At a glance, they seemed like they would be pretty close to Jerry's and my sizes. The pull-out drawers beneath the suits contained socks and underwear. The bathroom contained 2 unopened toothbrushes. Jerry showered up first. When he was done, he tried on his clothes to find they fit perfectly. After my own shower, I wasn't even surprised that mine fit like every piece had been tailored specifically for me. Coincidences abound, But even Jerry had to admit that this one was a little too lucky. Everything about this room felt like someone had been expecting us. By 6 o'clock, the storm had barely waned. If this went on for much longer, my Nissan would be underwater before we could get back to it. On the hour, jazzy instrumental music began wafting up from the first floor, an old-timey phonograph drawing us all together to the great hall of the night's mandatory socializing. An older man with a walrus mustache and gold-rimmed steampunk sunglasses sat in a leather armchair by the roaring fireplace, the tumbler of amber liquid in one hand. He paid us no mind as we reached the bottom of the stairs. A bevy of voices drew my attention to where a pair of wall-sized pocket doors had been opened, expanding the great hall into an adjacent room, a parlor big enough to dance in, were one so inclined. I whispered to Jerry, "All right, before we get started, I want to make sure we're on the same page. We don't know what to expect, and we're not supposed to be here. I think we need to tread lightly."
Like a slug in a salt mine, got it.
I almost believed him, until he smacked me on the chest and exclaimed,
"Hey, they got booze! My favorite liquid!"
With that, he went straight for the pocket doors. I tailed as best I could. Leaving the great hall for the parlor felt like stepping into a different world. Judging by the decor, this was either a ladies' parlor or the room where they put children when they got too excited. The furniture standing in stark contrast to the deep mahogany of the previous room was pink and pastel. The ceiling was painted with a mural of clouds and terrifying cherubs. Every flat surface contained arrangements of dead or dying flower bouquets. It looked like it had been decorated by an alien with no concept of humanity who researched women on Wikipedia for 10 minutes before getting to work. As Jerry crossed the parlor to the spirits table below the life-size painting of a nude Venus, I took note of the other visitors. Everyone here was dressed to fit the time period, whatever that was supposed to be. The women had their hair in updos and wore voluminous skirts to exaggerate the proportions. The men were all in bespoke tuxedo suits. Honestly, male fashion hasn't changed that much in the last few centuries. A dark-haired boy of about 13 or 14 surveyed the bar from a safe distance, while a middle-aged woman with short gray hair kept a watchful eye on him. The couple, man and woman, stood in the corner of the parlor, making silly faces and taking selfies with the table statue of a baby with wings and horns. I made a mental note to avoid them for as long as possible, lest I be recruited to take photos. The girl was also there, the one with the black ringlets and piercing blue eyes. She briefly looked our way when we first entered, then quickly pretended she hadn't. At her side was another woman, taller, probably a year or two older than me. They looked remarkably similar, though the older one's hair wasn't quite as dark, her eyes not as blue, and her skin not as pale, like they were made from the same ingredients but different recipes. It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume they were siblings. The older sister was the most anachronistic part of the evening, with black lipstick, a butterfly tattoo on her exposed collarbone, and a smartwatch cuffed around her wrist. When she noticed us, she immediately gave me the universal, "What the fuck are you looking at?" glare. Without asking, Jerry put a glass in my hand, then set to work pouring and mixing another. I brought the cup to my nose and took a whiff of something that smelled like jet fuel.
"So, what's our cover story?" he asked. "How about this? I'll be a fireman scientist and you can be an astronaut detective. Oh, or you can be a sexy fireman detective and I'll be the guy who invented jeggings."
I assumed we'd just tell the truth, more or less, leaving out certain details, of course.
"Aw, man, honesty is so boring, though. Haven't you ever wanted to be someone else for a night?"
I wasn't sure exactly how to answer, but I didn't get the chance.
"Good evening, gentlemen."
We both jumped. Somehow Maggie was there, standing directly behind us. Unless she teleported into place, I had no idea how she managed to sneak up on us yet again.
"Cheesy crust, lady!"
Jerry exclaimed, clutching his chest.
"Someone should put a bell around your neck!"
She showed no reaction other than launching into another deadpan monologue.
"I trust you are paying close attention. The social hour is the most important part of the evening's experience. This is your best chance for first impressions. Clues essential to solving the mystery of Bedside Manor may only appear once. You would both be wise to cooperate with your fellow investigators. Furthermore, I have it on good authority that not everyone here tonight is exactly who they claim to be. She cracked an unnatural smile. Besides yourselves, of course. Just as suddenly as she appeared, she slinked silently away, presumably to share the same message with the other participants. Once we were alone again, I asked, "What do you make of that?"
I don't know, Jerry said. But then again, I haven't really been following the narrative here. What exactly is the mystery of Bedside Manor?
I think maybe that's what we're supposed to find out. Like maybe the mystery is, what is the mystery?
A little too meta for my taste.
Jerry slammed his entire drink in one go, handed me the empty glass, burped, and then took the full one out of my hand.
Maybe the murder is supposed to happen before dinner. That's why she wanted us here, so that we're all suspects.
Well, that's silly. And how are we expected to be investigating the murder before it happens? The call to action isn't supposed to precede the inciting incident. The story frame is all out of whack, or maybe not. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention. Honestly, real life has gotten so strange lately that it's made fiction obsolete. Jerry sipped his drink, smacked his lips, and said,
I stand corrected. That's a little too meta for my taste.
I waved at the room with my empty glass. You don't find any of this weird or suspicious?
Everything is weird and suspicious. That's what makes it fun. Look, I know you're nervous. I know you're used to situations getting out of hand real fast, but we're on vacation. All of this is behind us. Let's just go mingle with the nerds who actually paid for the murder mystery package, pretend we're normal 1800s aristocracy or whatever, eat the rich people food, drink the rich people booze, and have a good time. If shit hits the fan, we take our free suits and duck out.
Damn. He didn't realize it, but Jerry just slipped up and showed his hand. This trip may have ostensibly been about my own mental health, but he was right. We were on vacation here. I spent so much time on high alert waiting for the next shoe to drop that I completely overlooked the fact that Jerry had experienced his own fair share of tragedy. When our friends died, when nobody would believe what really happened, when we had to swallow the official cover-up, he was right there with me every step of the way. Maybe I was being a little selfish, overreacting to a few ominous coincidences. Maybe Jerry had the right idea. After all, what would panicking do? All the way out here where nobody could help us or even hear us scream. Okay, I said. I'll try and dial back the paranoia a couple of notches, but can you please promise me one thing?
Sure. Anything. What is it?
Don't leave me alone tonight, okay?
Okay. I promise.
Hello, gentlemen,
greeted the man as he approached. He was one half of the selfie couple, tall and well-built with some light scruff around his smile. His blonde hair was combed back into a sort of mullet style that surprisingly did not work for him. He offered his hand, the one that wasn't holding an empty glass, and introduced himself.
Tobias Kincaid.
I shook his hand. Jack. But that's my real name. I don't know if we're supposed to be in character for this part, or...
Tobias is my real name. Blame my parents.
Jerry took his hand next and curtsied.
Jeremiah Cumberbatch, oil prospector and saloon salesman at your service.
Tobias gave him a friendly laugh.
You know, I've never actually done one of these things before. I'm not exactly sure of the etiquette. All I know is that I'm glad there's an open bar.
He spoke with the air and confidence of a politician at a fundraiser, the kind of cool guy sang-froid that I could only dream about. His other half, a slim woman with long red hair and green eyes, came up behind Tobias, put an arm around his waist, and planted a kiss on his cheek. "Who are your new friends?" she asked in a voice that contained a faint accent I couldn't place.
Gentlemen, this is my wife, Bridget.
She flashed us a perfect supermodel smile and candid. "How do you do?"
Bridget, meet Jack and Jeremiah.
Jerry launched into a greeting with a strange accent of his own.
Well met, my lady, if it doth pleaseth the court. Call me Jerry, by Jove, 'tis a lovely party, 'tisn't it?
I attempted to nip this in the bud before he gave everyone a tension headache. Jerry, you don't have to do the old-timey voice. Nobody else is doing it.
Dotheth it? Egads, governor!
Okay, now you're doing Cockney? Bridget laughed politely and said to her husband, "It looks like you may have finally found someone to indulge in your vice alongside you." Jerry was quick to respond.
I don't know what you're talking about, but consider me very interested.
Tobias poured himself a glass of scotch, took a sip, and said, "As fortune would have it, our suite came with a complimentary box of Montrisco No. 3s. Rarely does life afford us a rainstorm. Fine scotch, good company, and quality cigars all in the same time. It would be a pity to waste such an opportunity. Can I tempt either of you to join me for a smoke?" Jerry made a face like he was literally in active pain as he said,
I would love to. But as misfortune would have it, I recently quit smoking tobacco.
"Oh," Tobias said. "You traded your addiction for chewing tobacco. Seems like a lateral move." I answered him. "You picked up on the emphasis on the wrong word there." "I see," said Tobias with a nod. "How unfortunate." Jerry squinted and asked,
You're not a cop, are you, Tobias?
Tobias and Bridget shared a hearty laugh. Man, this couple really liked laughing. No, nothing like that. Just a boring old research consultant." Jerry turned to Bridget.
What about you?
"No," she replied. "Just a boring old housewife." "Well, gentlemen," Tobias said, holding up his glass, "here's a toast to new friends." The four of us clinked our glasses. Jerry and Tobias drank while Bridget and I watched. Shortly after, the couple excused themselves. Jerry stared hard as they walked away.
Man, he said, those two are absolutely freaking gorgeous.
"They were also lying," I said. I couldn't explain how or why, but I knew they were hiding something. Jerry didn't seem to hear me.
It sucks that the beautiful ones are always taken. You know, the concept of monogamy was created and perpetuated by the ruling class as a means for societal control. If humanity were to...
I'm sure he was about to say something that he thought was deep or philosophical, but thankfully, fate sent us an interruption. As Bridget went to speak with a woman with short hair, Tobias branched off towards the Great Hall. The young boy, the one who'd been wallflowering under his mother's gaze, took the opportunity to slip away, bumping into Tobias in the process. It was quick, but not quick enough to escape our notice. The kid just lifted Tobias's wallet. Like a pro. Jerry took a step forward. "Wait," I said. "What happened to Salt in the slug mine? We don't want to cause a scene here."
It's cool, dude. I'll be subtle as fuck.
I had absolutely no desire to see what subtle as fuck looked like in practice. As soon as he marched in, I fell back and looked for a shadow to fade into until the whole thing blew over. Maybe we'll get lucky, I thought. Maybe Jerry will say or do something just embarrassing enough that we can use it as an excuse to leave the party early. But not embarrassing enough to get us kicked out into the rain. I blinked. Where the hell am I? In front of me, I saw the bookshelf. That's when I realized that I'd done it again. I'd zoned out. I lost time. I had to face facts. This was starting to become a pattern. My doctor was so optimistic that we'd finally nailed down the perfect prescription cocktail to keep my brain on track. I pulled up my phone to assess the damage. 6:15. Nothing too bad, just a few minutes. Surely I couldn't have gotten into too much trouble in that little time. I let myself relax, looked back at the parlor, and tried to retrace my steps. I must have come out here to get away from all the people. I turned back to the shelf of books and noticed one right away. The one with the faded cover. The same book the girl with the blue eyes had been reading. I pulled it out, flipped it open to the first page, and read the title. The Mansion of Madness by H.P. Lovecraft. Strange, I thought. I'd never heard of this one before, and I was certain I'd already read everything Lovecraft had written. Something scurried between my feet. I looked down, but it was gone and nowhere to be seen. Well, don't just stand there. Come over and sit a spell. The voice came from an older gentleman with a walrus mustache. He was seated in the leather armchair by the fireplace, smiling in my direction. I looked around, hoping he may have been referring to someone else, but there was only me in proximity. Sorry, I said. Don't be afraid, he laughed. The flames dancing in the reflection of his sunglasses gave the impression of a fiery-eyed demon. He showed teeth, then added, I don't bite. With some hesitation, I put the book back where it belonged, walked over, and took the armchair opposite his. This was inevitably going to be an awkward conversation. I've always found small talk to be like running through wet sand, exhausting, and in most cases, completely unnecessary. Hi, I said. That sure is a nice fire, huh? He smiled in silence, giving me nothing to work with. My name's Jack. Nathaniel Pennyworth Chumley, III, at your service. I knew you were there. I could hear you walking over. Tell me, is there something of interest on that side of the room? With the ivory cane that had been resting in his lap, he pointed at the bookcase. That was the moment I realized the man's sunglasses weren't strictly a stylistic accessory. Mr. Chumley, it seemed, was blind. Just a bunch of books. Nothing you'd be interested in. I regretted the words as soon as I heard them come out of my mouth. I see, Nathaniel Pennyworth Chumley III said with a hearty chuckle. And what about over there? He pointed back towards the parlor. Is there anything in that direction worth experiencing? Help a poor old man out, would you? Describe what I'm missing. Well, there's a bunch of people. People? How exciting. Young people. Or just more old folks like me? Well, there's Maggie Bedside, who I assume you've met. He grunted in affirmation. Then there's also a mother here with her son, about 13 or so. There's this married couple. The wife is a redhead. The husband looks like MacGyver. Not that you would know what MacGyver looks like. Never mind. There's also my idiot genius roommate, Jerry, and 2 sisters close to my age. Wow, he said. And not one of those people strike you as more worthy of your attention than that shelf of books. It's true what they say. Youth is wasted on the young. I wasn't expecting a soft lecture tonight. I squirmed in my seat and took a stab at defending myself, though I resented the fact that I would even have to. I've never been good at socializing. Truth be told, I'd rather stand in a corner alone than engage in meaningless conversations with people I don't even know or care about. Again, I regretted the words a moment too late. I hadn't meant to be so honest. He furrowed his brow, and I quickly backtracked. Which is to say, I never know how to talk to strangers. Ah, yes, better. That was exactly the right amount of honesty. What does a polar bear weigh? Excuse me? I asked you a question. What does a polar bear weigh? I searched my memory for context and did some quick math. I guess in the neighborhood of 450 pounds? He chuckled jovially. Enough to break the ice, Jack. What? That's what you say when you want to start a conversation. Now why don't you go and try it out with the girl? Which one? The one staring at you right now. I turned to see the girl with blue eyes watching from across the parlor. This time it was me who turned away first. How did you know she was looking over here? Some things are so obvious. You don't need eyes to see them. He smiled suspiciously. Wait, no. That answer doesn't make any sense at all. Seriously, I'm supposed to believe that you could hear her staring from the other room? No, I'm going to need you to explain yourself. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say, but instead I shook my head for no good reason and said, oh, okay. Mr. Chumley III held out his empty glass.
I hate to be a bother, but could I trouble you for one more favor?
Sure, I said, standing up and taking his tumbler.
Brandy, if you don't mind.
I'll be back. Frankly, I was happy to have a task, anything to get me out of having to talk to strangers.
Hi,
the mother said suddenly, stepping into my path the moment I passed the pocket doors.
My name is Hope.
Oh God, this is getting ridiculous. Did I die and go to hell? Is this my eternal punishment? Hey, I said awkwardly. Do you know how much a bear weighs?
I'm not sure. 2 tons?
Oh my God, that would be horrible. Is that riddle part of the game? She looked almost as flustered as I felt.
I'm sorry, I've never actually done one of these murder mystery parties before.
She reached out and put her hand on my arm like we were somehow already acquainted enough to be on a touching basis. No, it was... Never mind. I took a half step back to let her hand fall off me. What's up, Hope?
I wanted to ask you for your help. See, I'm here with my son, Wolfgang. He's a very bright boy, extremely talented, but he isn't the most outgoing. He's had a hard time making friends back home. And I was thinking maybe this weekend would give him a chance to come out of his shell.
She raised a glass to her lips and took a large swallow. She was full of nervous energy, like a squirrel in a dog park, constantly looking back to the corner of the room where the boy was now sitting by himself. I was still trying to think of a tactful way to tell her I wasn't a good fit for a babysitter when she started talking again.
That other gentleman you were with, is he your...
She blinked several times before finishing the question.
Brother?
Yeah, something like that. She laughed like someone had just made a joke, leaned forward to put her hand back on my arm and said,
Oh, good. I wanted to make sure. I want my boy to see some normal adults that he can look up to.
I can assure you, we are not normal. Hell, we're barely even adults. She laughed even harder and squeezed my arm.
You're so funny. What did you say your name was?
Jack. Her eyes widened. Then she dropped a nuclear bomb at my feet.
Oh, Jack Townsend, right? I've been looking for you.
I gripped the glass in my hand and prepared to use it as a weapon. This was an all-hands-on-deck, 5-alarm, freak-all-the-way-out emergency. I could feel it. Something bad was about to happen, and I needed to focus on not letting the panic attack swelling up in my chest overwhelm my senses. I swallowed the festering terror before it could breach the surface, put on a smile, and said in my calmest voice I could muster, How did you know my last name? Evidently, my normal act was passable enough. She took another sip of her drink and explained,
I have one of your bags in my room. Wolfgang and I were walking the grounds earlier, and when we returned, it was there, sitting by the bed, a backpack full of clothes. I hope you don't mind that I went through it. I promise. We were just looking for some kind of identification. There were some prescription bottles with the name Jack Townsend. I assume the servants, they must have delivered one of the wrong other guests' luggage to our room by mistake.
She covered her mouth and said,
Oh, that's okay for us to say, right, servants? I mean, that's what they are after all. I mean, I never know what I'm allowed to say these days.
Excuse me, I said, as I rushed past her, scanning the room for Jerry. I had all the evidence I needed now. It wasn't just a feeling anymore. Something wasn't right. I didn't know what or how or who or why, but I knew this was a situation, and we were much better off not in a situation. It was time for us to go, to duck out, to pull an Irish goodbye. But Jerry, like my sense of calm, was nowhere to be found. Where the hell did he go? I told him not to leave me alone. Maybe someone already got to him, and I'm next. I tried to shake the thought out of my head. I needed to focus. He went to get a good seat at the dinner table. Yeah, sure. That sounded like something Jerry would do. There was a doorway on the other side of the parlor that I assumed would lead to the dining room. I dropped Nathaniel's glass off next to a bouquet of half-dead flowers, went through the door, and immediately realized that I had made a mistake. I was in a hallway now. At least, hallway was the best word I could think of to describe it. The space didn't go anywhere specific, just a long, narrow, straight corridor as far as I could see. Something about the pattern of lime green and purple wallpaper and upward slope of the checkered floor created an optical illusion when I looked at it for too long, giving the impression that the space went on forever, leading nowhere. It made me dizzy. This house was impossible. If Jerry went off on his own, there's no telling. Holy shit! The girl with the blue eyes. She was right here, next to me, with the same intense look on her face. Who was she? A character? A guest? A ghost? Was she even real? What? I exclaimed. You're not supposed to be here, she whispered. What, you mean like in this hallway? Is that even what this is? A hallway? She said it slower. No, I mean, you're not supposed to be here, Jack. Her face told me that she was being serious. Yeah, I know. Where do you think you go when you're not here? Amazingly, I understood her question. She was referring to my episodes, the lost time, those moments when I lose my connection with my body. I've wondered the same thing. Where do I go when I'm not in my body? And more importantly, who's running the show when I'm not here? I understood the question, and yet I couldn't understand how I understood her question. I couldn't understand how Claire knew to ask the question in the first place. Do we know each other? I asked. Have we met before? Claire shook her head. No. But this place is going to bring out the worst in you, she warned. I almost introduced myself, but then I remembered how she already used my name. Then I realized somehow I already knew hers. Claire and I must have talked earlier. How else did she know all these things about me? How did I know that she lost both her parents in a terrible accident almost a year ago? That she hated the cold as much as I did? That she was scared even if she didn't let it show? They're watching us, she said. They're studying. An urgent voice called from the parlor. Claire? Claire, where are you? A moment later, the girl with the butterfly tattoo rushed through the doorway. She stopped when she saw us. Oh, she said, casting a distrustful look upon me. Is everything okay out here? I waited for Claire to answer, but she didn't say anything. She didn't even acknowledge the other person in the hallway with us. Eventually, I cleared my throat and tried to defuse the situation. Yeah, everything's fine. We're just talking. They were both staring at me now. The older one's eyes felt like daggers. I tried a different tactic. Do either of you guys know how much a polar bear weighs? The girl with the butterfly tattoo grabbed Claire by the shoulder and turned her so they were both facing one another. In a soft voice, she said, Claire, will you please go back to the party? I'll be right there, okay? Claire didn't answer, or at least she didn't answer her. She turned back to me and said, Follow the smoke. With that, she shuffled back into the parlor, leaving me alone with the older sister. Hi, I said. Jack. Lauren. She had the aura of a shark who smelled blood. Nice to meet you, Lauren. No, it isn't. Lauren crossed her arms. Are you a vegetarian, Jack? No. Good. Before I could process what was happening, Lauren had already grabbed my shoulder, pulled me towards her, and put a cold knife against my cheek. Now listen here, you little shit. If you bother my sister again, I swear to Christ, I'll cut off your dick and feed it to you, understand? I thought carefully about my answer, eventually setting on a non-threatening, Yes, ma'am. She held the weapon there for a tiny eternity before releasing her grip and lowering the blade. I stayed perfectly still as she stepped backwards. She never looked away from me as she folded up the butterfly knife with a well-rehearsed flourish, slid it back into her glove, and put a finger to her lips, and back through the doorway into the parlor. A second later, I remembered to breathe. Okay, I thought. That was almost definitely not part of the game. The only other place I could think to look for Jerry was our room. I kept my eyes down as I cut through the parlor and great hall. As far as I was concerned, there was no reason to talk to any of these people ever again. I'd socialized enough for one day. Before I reached the base of the grand staircase, I noticed that the air smelled like sweet tobacco smoke. I soon realized that the smell was coming from the front door. Now that I didn't have a blade against my face, I could see the situation in front of me with much more clarity. It was obvious where Jerry had disappeared to. All I had to do was follow the smell of smoke. I pushed open the front door right as another crack of lightning filled the night sky. The thunder ended, followed by a guilty-sounding, "Hey, buddy." It was Jerry. He and Tobias looked back at me from the porch railing, both equipped with lit cigars and half-empty glasses. Jerry held up his Monte Cristo No. 3 and said,
"It's not what it looks like."
"I don't care,"
"Really?"
he said, raising an eyebrow.
"I think you do."
"Well, I don't."
"You do a little."
"Nope."
"Okay. Agree to disagree then."
"You said you weren't going to leave me alone."
"I did say that. But then T-Bone here dropped his wallet. I had to come and give it back to him."
"Oh. T-Bone dropped his wallet, did he?" Tobias flicked his ash over the railing and said, "It must have fallen out of my jacket pocket." I was already over this conversation. "Tobias, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I need a moment alone with Jerry." "Sure. Go ahead. I'll stay out here." "Actually, we're going to need the patio to ourselves." He sipped his drink, darted his eyes back and forth between Jerry and me, and then said, "Is this something time-sensitive? I'm only asking because I just lit this and..." I switched tactics. "Your wife's looking for you, Tobias." "Bridget's looking for me? Why?" "She spilled jam on her dress." "Jam?" Tobias asked incredulously. "Yep," I confirmed. "Jam. All over her dress. Just... all over it." "I didn't even know they had jam in there." "Well, they don't anymore." "So you're saying, just so I understand the situation, that not only Bridget spilled jam on her dress, but somehow managed to spill the entire party's supply of jam on her dress?"
"Geez, what is this guy, the jam police?"
Jerry cleared his throat abruptly. It sounded an awful lot like a snicker he couldn't hold back. "Look, dude, I don't want to tell you, but I promise I will never lie about something like this. Your wife was devastated. She was crying and everything. Asked me to go find you." He cocked his head slightly and gave me a long, uncomfortable glare until Jerry stepped in.
"Don't worry, T-Bone," he said. "I'll keep your cigar warm for you."
Tobias finally surrendered. "Okay, I guess I'd better go make sure everything's all right." With that, he handed Jerry his cigar and walked past me. The moment the door closed, Jerry asked,
"Do you think I'd look good with a mullet?"
"No, of course not. Now shut up for a second and listen. I have a very serious question. Is there any chance you somehow orchestrated all of this as an extremely elaborate hoax just to give me a perverted sense of misadventure? Because if that's the case, I really appreciate the impressive effort, but would like to opt out now."
"No. But damn, that would have been a good idea. I have to remember it for your birthday."
"Please don't. We need to leave. Pronto." He carefully placed Tobias' cigarette next to his own in the ashtray on the table by the railing. He didn't have nearly the appropriate sense of urgency. With a smirk, he asked,
"Did something ominous just happen?"
"The lady with the kleptomaniac tween son knows my name. She said my luggage showed up in her room."
"Well, that's convenient, and also quite alarming."
"Thank you for confiding in me." "Jerry, listen! While we were getting ready, somebody went out in the rain, found our car, broke in, packed a mother-flippin' bag, and brought it back to the manor. Why would anyone do something like that?" He leaned against the railing, put on his thinking face, and mulled it over for a few seconds before responding.
"Must be because you said you needed your medication in order to stay the night. So, that means two things. First, someone must not want us to have any reason to leave here tonight, and second, someone was watching us."
"Great. Our room is bugged. I guess I can assume they have videos of me in the shower."
"Oh."
Jerry's eyes got alarmingly wide. "What?
"I think I know what's going on here."
What?"
"Yeah, that's definitely it."
"What?"
"You're not gonna like it."
"What?" He cleared his throat, looking me dead in the eyes, and said, "I think we just stumbled into a sex cult." I waited for a moment as to not sound like a broken record, and then, "What?"
Think about it.
"I will do no such thing, and you can't make me." He lifted the glass to his mouth, but I slapped it out of his hand before he could take another drink. It shattered against the porch.
Hey,
he snapped. "That could be poison for all we know."
Oh yeah, he laughed. Now that you mention it, it probably is.
"Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go."
Okay, yes. But, no.
"Jerry, I'm not playing around. I've seen this movie. I know how it ends. If we go back inside..."
I hear you. But let's think this through.
His voice was annoyingly calm and level.
First of all, we can't leave without your medicine. And I think they know that. Oh, they probably want to use you as some kind of virgin sacrifice to a Norse fertility god.
Why would they?
Additionally, you and I probably aren't the only strangers in a strange land, if you know what I mean. What about the other guests? Either they're all complicit in the grand strategy to keep us here.
He was making a lot of sense, and I hated it. I let out a frustrated sigh, then finished the thought. Or their victims we're abandoning if we left right now.
We just need a plan. Here's what I think we do. One of us goes and causes a distraction in the parlor, preferably fire-related, while the other sneaks downstairs to the basement, uses the phone to call for help.
That's the plan? I couldn't hide my apprehension, nor did I feel the need to try. "We're gonna split up, gang? How many times?" The front door opened. A second later, Bridget's head peered out. She looked around and then said, "Oh, I thought Tobias was out here. Have either of you seen him?" I searched for a good lie, but all I could come up with was, "Tobias spilt jam all over his trousers, just all over him. He went to your room to change." She narrowed her eyes at me, slowly backed into the house, and closed the door. That was a close one. As usual, the least bad plan we could come up with was still pretty damn bad. Dividing up tasks was easy. While I'm rarely the sneakiest person in the room, distractions were undeniably Jerry's bread and butter. I never count on everything going according to plan, but I was still surprised by just how quickly things went off the rails. As soon as we shut the front door behind us, Maggie popped up out of nowhere to say the dinner was ready and our presence was required. She then herded us into the dining room, where the rest of the guests were gathered around a long wooden table, chatting, laughing, and enjoying their drinks. The immediate silence that occurred when we entered may as well have been accompanied by a record scratch to a stop. Jerry whispered,
"Is it just me, or do things feel a little hostile right now?"
Tobias and Bridget had the oh-so-unique look of, "Why did you lie to me about the jam?" on their faces. Just all over their faces. Hope shook her head and folded her arms at the annoying guy who rudely walked away from her mid-sentence. Lauren made a subtle but threatening gesture of running her thumb across her neck. Even old man Nathaniel What's-His-Name III had turned to face us, making a toasting gesture with a glass of brandy that someone else must have gotten him after I said that I would and bailed. That's when it occurred to me that I had already managed to piss off every other group here. Maggie stood in the doorway as we took our spots at the dinner table. Jerry sat to my right, protecting me from the blind man. Lauren sat to my left, protecting Claire from me. The rest of the group took the other side, with Wolfgang my direct opposite. Nobody took the empty seat at the head of the table. I was still trying to work out how we were going to cause a distraction when Jerry made things weird.
"Before we begin,"
he announced, pushing back his seat and standing up,
"I believe it would be a good idea to say a few words of grace to our Lord and Savior."
"I beg your pardon," said Maggie.
"My pardon I grant thee," he replied with a wave of his hand. "And now, if you would all be so kind as to close your eyes and bow to your heads, I will deliver the most amazing prayer of thanks this side of the BCAD conversion."
After a few uncomfortable seconds had passed, he repeated himself a little louder and more forcefully.
"Please close your eyes and bow your heads."
Everyone else reluctantly followed his command. Everyone but me. I held out my hand and mouthed the words, "What the fuck?" He began speaking, or praying, while gesturing wildly at the door.
Dearest Lord! Hi, it's me, Jerry. We met at Vassar College. That one time I did too many psychedelics and you told me birds weren't real. Anyway, I know it's been a while since we last spake. Sorry about that. Things have been wild. We come to you today to thank you for this presumably delicious meal we're about to chow up. But first, I'd like to spend a moment catching up.
It finally hit me. Nobody was looking. This was the distraction. I carefully scooted my chair back and pushed myself to my feet. I'd have to sneak around a few people, but barring a stumble or surprise sneeze, this was totally doable. Knowing Jerry, he'd had everyone singing along to Amazing Grace by the time I made my call to the local police and got back to the table. I tried to tune him out while focusing on my escape, but some of his words still broke through.
Because when you think about it, that's what tattoos are for. But I digress. We come to you today to thank you for the food and drink. Hey-o. And also, to thank you for this wonderful lodging and the company we have here today. And now the chairs, a table, and the rest of the furniture. And
I held my breath as I stepped past Lauren. She was the one I was most afraid of, but her head was down and eyes closed like all the others. As soon as I thought I was out of the woods, a hand popped out blocking my path. It was Claire's, and it was holding a folded note. The side facing me read, Jack. I hesitated.
And when we think of the food we're about to put inside us, we are all reminded of the struggles of Jesus and what he went through when he gave up sex for 40 days. I once tried to go 40 days without cupcakes. Didn't even make it a week. It was weird, because I actually despise cupcakes.
Claire flicked the note twice. Her eyes were closed, but I knew she knew I was here. There was no point pretending. I reached down and took the paper from her fingers. She quickly retracted her hand, putting it against her other and the sign of the prayer in front of her face. This was no time to stop and read. I kept on walking. The door was right there. Maggie stood in front of it, face aimed down at her feet, eyes pressed shut. I could sneak past her, but I couldn't rush it if I didn't want to be noticed. I had to focus on not making a sound.
And the Plesiosaurus, and the Helicopridian. And let us not forget the Gigantoraptor. Anyway, in conclusion, thanks again for wiping out so many other apex predators before we got here.
The building reverberated like the inside of a bass drum after getting hit by a comet. The lights went out, plunging us into total darkness and presumably ending Jerry's prayer. And there was a few gasps, a nervous laugh, a chair scraping against the floor as someone hurried to their feet. I turned around facing the direction of the table, just in time for one of the guests to slam into my shoulder as they rushed past.
Can someone tell me what just happened? Nathaniel called out. That sounded like thunder.
Jerry responded.
Lights went out.
Nathaniel raised his voice in a command.
Everyone stay calm, stay put. I'm sure our host has some candles or a torch.
A short, silent moment passed. Then we heard the scream. A horrifying, blood-curdling, high-pitched squeal from the great hall, less than 5 steps away from me. Jerry chuckled and made a faux orchestral dun dun dun. The plan had gone off the rails again. I tried sneaking back to my seat through the darkness, but a tiny spotlight lit up the room, stopping me in my tracks. It was coming from Lauren's phone and pointed right at my eyes. "Where are you going?" she asked loudly enough for everyone to hear. I covered my eyes and stammered my way through a terribly unconvincing lie. I wanted to go investigate that scream. "Oh. Were you moonwalking there?" she asked. "Looks like you're facing the wrong direction to be going towards the scream." For some reason, Jerry took her side.
Yeah, Jack, why are you acting so suspiciously?
"Look," I said, "it was dark, okay? I must have gotten turned around." The house lights flickered back to life. Tobias and Bridget clapped, but only Jerry joined them. Everyone seemed confused on multiple levels.
"I assume the lights are back,"
Nathaniel stated. Jerry turned to him and asked,
"How do you know that?"
"I gathered as much from your applause."
"Oh, Was that why we were clapping? I was wondering.
Lauren cleared her throat again. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Hope's soft voice crept into the group conversation. Hey guys, where did Miss Maggie go? I looked around and discovered the old woman had pulled her surprise sneak up on you act again, only in reverse this time. Jerry made eye contact with me, pushed back his chair and announced,
We'll go check it out, right, Jack?
Why don't we all go? Lauren asked. There was something unnerving about her accusing eyes and sarcastic tone. After all, there's safety in numbers, right, Jack? Yeah, Tobias agreed, as he and Bridget pushed out their chairs. Let's all go and see what the commotion was. Then maybe we could finally eat. I'm starving. The commotion, it seemed, was the foretold murder. The victim was lying face down in the great hall. Poor old Maggie had been done in during the brief blackout. Wouldn't take a master detective to conclude that her untimely demise had something to do with a large kitchen knife protruding from the center of her back. But the perpetrator of the crime was anyone's guess. Jerry put his hands on his cheeks and wailed out a pretend distress.
Oh no! Not Maggie!
Nathaniel was the last person to enter the room, tapping the floor in front of him as he walked. Did something happen? He asked. Lauren answered casually. Our hostess was murdered. I'm pretty sure Jack did it. What? I tried not to sound too defensive. Why me? Bridget laughed and added, I'm sorry, Jack, no offense, but it really looks like you're busted. Tobias raised his hand and said, I'd also like to cast my vote for Jack. Now, hang on, Nathaniel interrupted. Let's not jump to conclusions. Surely, if a murder occurred, there'd be clues here to provide the killer's guilt. We all just need to take a moment and investigate our surroundings. The others reluctantly began searching the area, giving me an opportunity to finally sneak away. Tobias and Bridget were hand in hand, looking at paintings as I passed. Lauren and Claire inspecting the suit of armor. Hope was talking to Nathaniel while Wolfgang played with a fire poker. Before I could reach the door next to the basement, Jerry called out my name. I turned to see him waving me over, crouched next to the body of our fallen hostess. I have to admit, she was doing a terrific job of playing dead. I couldn't even see her breathing. I crossed the room and knelt down next to him. Yeah? His voice was low, his eyes fixed on the hilt of the dagger.
First of all, I want to apologize.
I didn't like the sudden, serious timbre of his voice. Okay. For what?
I guess a lot of things. Sorry I didn't listen. Sorry we didn't get out of here when you said we should. Sorry I dragged you along on this road trip.
I was surprised he was saying all this right in front of old Maggie. I knew she was hard of hearing, but still. Hope called out to us from the other side of the room. Remember, if you find any clues, you're supposed to share with the group. Bridget called back. We found something! There's a series of numbers on the frames on each of the paintings. The crowd flowed over to join them. Jerry yelled out, We'll be right there! Then he dropped his volume to a whisper and said, You were right. I really did not like the sound of that. What's wrong?
Maggie's dead.
Yeah, I know. I have eyes and ears. She was probably killed.
No. You don't understand. Maggie, her body is... How do I put this delicately? She's leaking.
I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and made a point to cherish this moment. The moment before things went bad. The moment before all hell broke loose. It was nice. But it was just that. A moment. And it was over all too soon. When I opened my eyes again, Jerry had a pained expression on his face.
Are you mad at me?
I looked down and noticed all the blood pooling around the body. Some coming from the wound, some from her open mouth. Her eyes, magnified by the broken glasses, were enormous, focused on nothing. That depends, I said. Did you kill her?
No. Did you?
No. Are we certain that she's not just a world-class actress?
Hang on, let me check.
Jerry licked a finger, stuck it under the woman's glasses, and poked her exposed eyeball. When she didn't blink, he wiped his finger off on his jacket and then said,
Yep, we're sure.
What are we supposed to do now?
I don't know. But the longer we go without saying anything, the weirder it's going to be when the rest of the group figures out why we were chilling next to a dead woman this whole time.
Maybe they won't have to find out.
Ah,
Jerry nodded.
I see.
A second passed, then,
Actually, I don't see.
We just need to get everyone out of here so we can move her to the basement and call the police. We'll let the authorities figure out the sex cult murder mystery for once. Jerry stood up, cleared his throat, and announced,
Jack and I have just found a clue. No, don't come over here. The clue says we should all go to our rooms and await further instructions.
The others stared back. Tobias stepped forward, saying, Can I see the clue?
No,
Jerry stated.
You're just gonna have to believe me on this one.
Why? Lauren asked. Jerry waved his hands in the air like he was conducting music.
All will be revealed in due time, I promise. But for now, we must go to our rooms.
Nathaniel responded, I feel as if we haven't yet found all the clues necessary to solving the mystery of Bedside Manor. Jerry needed some help. Unfortunately, I was the only one able to give it. I stood up, nearly lost my balance, but found it at the last possible second. I turned to the others, took a step forward, and said the first thing that came to mind. Look, everyone, I know you're probably... But then my foot didn't stop, like it was supposed to. Instead, it whipped out from under me, slipping in the puddle of blood. Before I knew it, I hit the ground, except that wasn't quite it. No, it was much worse. The others all screamed at once. Oh my God, are you okay? Shit!
Whoa!
I tried to play it off. Get back to my feet. Tell them I was fine. The soft bag of garbage had broken my fall. Then I realized I'd actually slipped and fallen right on top of the dead body. The others surrounded us. Jerry pulled me to my feet and tried to calm everyone down.
Not to worry, this is all part of the act. Please go back to your room, there's nothing to see here.
Lauren shoved me out of the way as she and Bridget dropped to either side of Maggie, asking a lot of questions that they weren't going to get answers from. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Can you hear me? Maggie? Tobias put a hand on my shoulder and spun me around to face him. Is that blood on your shirt? Are you bleeding? Yes, I said. No, it's jam. Bridget gasped and covered her mouth. Didn't take them very long to figure it out. This was a pretty smart crowd, and we just lost control of the narrative. I had to try something, no matter how desperate. How much does a polar bear weigh? Unsurprisingly, that didn't work. Lauren jumped to her feet, grabbed Claire by the hand, and backed away a couple of steps before saying, She's dead. She's really, actually dead.
What? Jerry tried. Nah, she's not really, she just... See, what had happened was...
He exhaled loudly and lowered his head.
Okay, yeah, she's really dead. I know this looks bad, but...
Hope screamed. The room erupted into chaos. People shouted over one another. Somehow I got knocked down again. I crab crawled away until my back was against the bookshelf. Everyone was arguing. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but Lauren and Tobias were both pointing at me, and I knew that wasn't a good sign. A loud, shrill whistle finally managed to shut everyone up. Nathaniel had everyone's undivided attention.
Everyone, please calm down.
Nobody was calm, but at least they were all silent, which was close enough. It seems that things have gotten quite out of hand. Before we bite out each other's throats, I'd appreciate some level-headed fact-finding. Bridget, are we sure Maggie is... Bridget grabbed her husband and said, Yes, she isn't breathing. She has no pulse. And that knife... Someone really stabbed her. Hope had her arms around her son. We know who it was, she shouted. It was that man, Jack Townsend. Me? I asked. He has a whole pharmacy stockpile worth of antipsychotics in his backpack. Clearly, he forgot to take his meds. Whoa! I yelled. Not that it's any of anyone's business, but I didn't forget to take my meds. I have an alarm set on my phone that always reminds me to take my meds because if I don't... Yeah, this isn't helping. I shut up a little too late. Tobias attempted to keep the peace. All right, let's all just stay calm. Maybe it was Jack. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, we need to call 911. Lauren was the first to say, "My cell isn't getting any service." Next it was Bridget, then Hope, then Tobias. "There is another phone," I said. It's in the basement, landline. Should be able to reach the outside." "We'll go check it out," Tobias said. "But first, we need to get everyone else together. If there's a killer on the loose, we can't let them pick us off one at a time." "We'll go tell the workers," Lauren said, taking Claire and leaving before anyone else could argue. As soon as they were gone, Jerry walked over to my side.
"Well, this has been fun," he said, helping me back up. "Looks like you guys have this thing totally under control now. No reason for us to stick around. Ready to go, Jack?"
Tobias stepped closer to us. "And where exactly do you think you're going?"
"Anywhere but here, I mean. Jack's got this thing about murders he hates when they happen."
Bridget crossed her arms. "I'm sorry, when this happens? Has this sort of thing happened to you before?" Jerry laughed.
"Yeah, once or twice."
Tobias narrowed his eyes. "That's awfully suspicious."
"I know, right? Which is exactly why we're gonna go before the police arrive. Otherwise, they're gonna think we had something to do with this."
"I didn't want it to come to this, but if you insist." Tobias bent over, pulled up his pant leg, and retrieved a small handgun from a holster above his ankle. He kept it aimed at the ground for now, but the presence of the deadly weapon was all it took for his commands to gain a lot more authority. "You're both going to stay right where you are until we figure this out."
"A gun?"
Jerry asked.
"Really, T-Bone? After all we've been through? That's not very cash money of you."
"I don't want to use it, but I can't just let a killer go free." "Shoot them in the legs!" Hope screamed, "just to be safe." Lauren ran back into the room shouting, "Guys!" She froze at the sight of the weapon. "Whoa! What's happening?" "It's okay," Tobias said. "I have a concealed carry permit for this." "Well, that's a relief," Lauren responded, disingenuously. "But before we start blasting away, we need to tell you something." "What is it?" asked Hope. Claire wandered into the room behind her sister and announced, "There's no one else here." "What do you mean?" Tobias asked. Lauren elaborated. "There's no one else in the kitchen. No workers, no actors, no staff. There isn't even any food back there. We're all alone in this house." Hope, Bridget, and Tobias said it at the same time. "What?" "That's not all," Lauren continued. "There's something else you should know. Claire and I aren't even supposed to be here." Jerry and I shared a look. He asked, "What do you mean?" "I mean, we're not really guests. Our car broke down this morning while we were passing by." The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight up. "Oh my God!" Hope exclaimed, clutching her chest. "You're not going to believe this, but we're not supposed to be here either. We were on our way home when our car died right up the road. We had to walk here. Maggie said we could stay, but we had to pretend to be guests." This was one twist I did not see coming. Bridget grabbed her husband's arm and gave him a serious look. He nodded and said, "Yeah, that's exactly what happened to us. My truck has less than 10,000 miles on it. There's no reason it should have stalled. We had to hike a couple of miles up the hill. The lady told us to mingle and fake like we belonged here." Jerry tisked and said, "Well, I, for one, am shocked. Here we are, paying full price, and they're just giving away rooms for free. I'll be telling Yelp about this." I punched him in the shoulder and set the record straight. "We're all in the same boat." "Wait," said Hope. "If none of us are really guests, then how did Nathaniel—" We looked around and realized at the same time that the blind man had evidently disappeared into thin air. Tobias was the one to say what we were all thinking. What the hell is going on here? As is usually the case for situations like these, the person with the gun became the de facto man in charge. I'll give him some credit. He started off okay. Our first course of action was a group field trip to the basement where Tobias put in a call to the local authorities. We were informed that, owing to the storm and our remote location, it would take an hour before anyone could reach us. That's when Tobias's leadership skills took a steep nosedive. In the end, he stole Jerry's original plan and told everyone to go wait in our rooms until the authorities arrived. With the allegedly blind man now on the wind, I had slipped to the number 2 spot in the group's most likely to be killer list. But that didn't mean they were ready to line up and do trust falls with me. Tobias kept his gun in hand as he chauffeured each of us to our rooms, instructing everyone to lock our doors and stay put. As Jerry wandered the suite looking for bugs, I sat at the edge of the bed trying to make sense of everything. But this puzzle was missing too many pieces. How could someone have orchestrated something like this? Why would they? Who killed the old woman? What's going to happen next? Those particular mysteries were way too abstract for my brain to find any foothold, but I had no trouble with this one. Why does Tobias want us to stay in our rooms? It made no sense. Tobias had demonstrated a certain degree of intelligence that would lead me to assume he knew why separating into smaller, easier-to-target groups was a bad idea. We only needed to survive for 1 hour. Why wouldn't he want us to stay together? The answer came to me out of nowhere. He needed to get rid of us so he could use the phone without any witnesses. I couldn't explain how or why I knew, but I was certain this was the answer. Tobias had a secret. He was playing dumb, but he knew more than he was letting on, and he might not have been the only one. I suddenly remembered the note, the one Claire gave me shortly before the lights went out. I dug it out of my pocket, unfolded it, and read the message. We are all going to die here tonight. Well, that is singularly unhelpful, I thought, crumpling the paper and tossing it into the trash can against the wall. Jerry fell onto the bed next to me with a defeated sigh.
I can't find the bugs anywhere, dude.
Jerry, I started. You remember when we first left the car and I explicitly said, no weapons?
Yeah?
Is there any chance you completely ignored what I told you and smuggled one up here anyway? He took a conspicuously sharp intake of breath and said,
What answer won't make you mad at me right now?
Oh, thank God. Where is it? Jerry rolled off the bed and crawled into the bathroom. When he returned a moment later, he was holding his jeans. He dug through the pockets until he found the police-grade stun gun that he'd smuggled up here without my knowledge, then tossed it to me. I was both annoyed and relieved. At least now we could defend ourselves if we were lucky enough to see trouble coming ahead of time. But Trouble's always had a way of sneaking up on Jack. I spun around to see what Trouble had snuck up on me. She was standing next to the bookcase, looking very different from how I first met her. She'd let her hair down and changed into a pair of jeans and a Nirvana t-shirt. If not for the black lipstick, I may not have recognized her right away. Lauren, I said, careful not to make any sudden moves. If she'd come here to kill me, it was awfully generous of her to give me a warning first. I didn't see any weapons in her hands this time, but I wasn't about to assume anything.
Hello there,
Jerry said, like this was a perfectly normal encounter.
I didn't think we'd have any company tonight. Quick question, are you the murderer?
She crossed her arms. No, are you? He turned to me and said,
I believe her. I don't know why, but I do.
I couldn't hold the question in any longer. How did you get in here? There's a secret passage behind our bookshelf, connecting the 2 rooms, she explained, pointing at the new entryway exposed in our wall. Must be part of the murder mystery. Or whatever. You guys know this whole situation is totally fucked, right? I answered. Yeah, as Jerry said.
Totally.
She went on. We're getting out of here. You boys want to come? Jerry eagerly answered,
Always!
But I wasn't so sure that I could trust anyone who trusted us. The only way she could possibly know that neither of us were the killer was if she already knew who the killer was. Right? Not so fast, I said. What makes you so sure you even want us to come with you? Claire trusts you. That's good enough for me. But why does Claire trust us? Lauren seemed confused. She tilted her head and said, You do know what she is, right? What she is? I mean, you don't already know? Can we just cut to the chase here? I'm so tired of beating around the bush. Claire, she knows things she shouldn't know. Sometimes she remembers things before they happen, and... Lauren stopped. Looked around the room. And what? And she can tell when people are about to die. I thought about the note crumpled in the trash and asked a question I didn't know the answer to. Is she ever wrong? Well, she told me that you were like her. Was she wrong about that? There's something messed up with me. I think that's what she meant. If what you're saying is true, then I think that she and I ended up on opposite ends of the freak show lottery. But we're already spending too long discussing it. As I'm sure you've gathered by now, we're being watched. Which means they'll know any plan we come up with. Our best option is to work fast and stick together. Agreed. Let's get going. Claire's waiting for us. I knew the clock was ticking. I didn't have time to second guess. Survival instincts had kicked in, and now we were making our escape.
Where the fuck's Claire?
Jerry asked as we walked through the secret passageway. She was waiting for us at the end of the plain, dimly lit corridor connecting our two rooms. Claire held Lauren's butterfly knife in her hand, fully extended, pointed at the floor. I instantly knew, without asking, that she was afraid of knives. She hated touching them. The only reason she had this one was because Lauren insisted she take it and arm herself moments ago, before heading through the secret passageway and leaving her alone and vulnerable. But did I know that because of the look on her face, the body language, or was there something else at play? Was something putting ideas into my head again? Damn, I really need to get my medicine before we leave. Claire smiled with her eyes when she saw us coming. I noticed she had already changed clothes for the escape. A knee-length floral skirt and a black long-sleeve blouse that didn't quite match. Still, it would serve its purpose well enough if we needed to run. As we entered their room, I forgot what was going on and tried for mandatory pleasantries. Claire, this is... She cut me off. Jerry, I know. Jerry smiled and whispered, I'm famous. Lauren took her knife from Claire and asked, Is this safe? Claire shook her head. I can't tell. There's something about this house. It's like trying to see through fog. All I know is what's right in front of me. Lauren looked at me. How about you? Is this safe? How the hell would I know? I told you, I'm not psychic. She sounded like she was running out of patience. Not psychic, just sensitive. Sometimes when people are close to death, they can hear something whispering from the other side. For whatever reason, Claire's talent has a certain effect on people like that. She's like a signal boost. A jolt of electricity ran up my spine, followed quickly by a wave of nausea. The earth quaked, the house shook. I nearly lost my balance again, and in an instant, it was over. I reflectively reached up and grabbed my throat, right where the phantom pain was beginning to subside. Did you guys feel that? Jerry shrugged.
Feel what?
Claire was holding onto Lauren for balance. Her head turned down as she took deep breaths. One of her hands was pressed against her throat. When she finally looked up, we shared the same thought. She let me be the one to say it. Someone just died.
Oh, snap! Jerry said. Jack's got the shining! Quick! What number am I thinking of?
Lauren quickly replied, It doesn't work that way, you idiot. The number he was thinking of was 69. She turned her attention to her sister and asked, What did you see? Nothing, she answered, but I felt it. I looked at Jerry and gestured to the door. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know what I meant. Time to move. He led the way to the hall. We followed, down the first flight of steps. The ground floor was already in sight, and then Lauren screamed. We saw her in a crumpled heap at the landing of the second story, bleeding into the carpet. Hope's lifeless body. Her terror-stricken face drained of color, a kitchen knife protruding from the center of her throat. That must be why she didn't make a sound. The killer cut off her voice before she could alert anyone else. Smart, because a simple scream was all it took to bring the rest of the house running to meet us. Thanks a lot, Lauren. At this point, Bridget's scream just felt redundant. Tobias, predictably, pulled out his gun. What happened? He yelled. Oh my god! Oh my god! Bridget went to check for a pulse, but it was nothing more than a formality. We could all see that she was done for. After a few seconds, Bridget looked up and shook her head. I considered signaling the others and making a break for the stairs, but Tobias's gun was seriously complicating our route of escape. "Somebody better start talking right now," he said. Jerry made a valiant attempt.
"Hey, don't look at us. We were hanging out upstairs together when this happened."
"Why were you out of your rooms?"
"We were planning our escape. Don't worry, T-Bone. I was going to come back for you."
That's when Lauren reminded me of the worst part of Hope's death. "Someone has to tell Wolfgang."
"Tell me what?"
I turned and saw the boy standing in the open doorway to his room. Lauren and Tobias moved fast, cutting off his line of sight. They talked over one another, speaking too quickly for me to understand either of them. Wolfgang walked towards me, pushed his way past the two of them, approaching the body of his dead mother, and looked down at where she lay in a pool of fresh blood. The others were too focused on finding the right words to say or figuring out what was going on, or casting blame and doubt. They were all too distracted to notice what I noticed. The briefest flicker of a smile on Wolfgang's face. Tobias took a knee and pulled the boy away from his mother's body. An awkward silence fell as we waited to hear what our honorary leader could possibly say. I didn't envy his position. I wouldn't have known how to talk to Wolfgang under the best of circumstances. I certainly couldn't process more than a superficial, "I'm sorry for your loss," if I had to. But Tobias wanted to be the one in charge, and that position came with a certain burden that guns simply could not help. Tobias did the best he could. "Wolfgang, listen, I need you to be strong, okay?" The kid seemed plenty strong to me. Just a callous, empty, "okay," followed by a long stare at his mother's body and the words, "I guess whoever killed the old woman got Mom too." Jerry was the next to speak.
"I think it's high time we all get out of here."
Tobias stood and turned to square off against him. "Get out of here? And go where?" "Anywhere," answered Lauren, stepping up to Jerry's side. "Pick a direction and go. There's a murderer in this house. It's better than sticking around and getting picked off one at a time." "Nobody's going anywhere," Tobias said sternly. Jerry crossed his arms.
"Sounds an awful lot like you've got an ulterior motive to keep us all in place."
Tobias was getting worked up now. "If I was the killer, don't you think I'd have just shot you all by now and be done with it?"
"Of course not," Jerry responded. "The thrill is in the hunt."
I punched him in the shoulder. "All right, everyone shut up, okay? Whoever's behind this was hoping for this exact scenario. I don't know how they did it, but I don't much care anymore. The important facts are these. We've all been lured into a trap. We're being watched and toyed with. Nowhere inside this house can be considered safe, and none of us can be trusted. The stupidest thing we can do is stay put." "Wait a second," Tobias said. "What do you mean by we're being watched?" "Jerry and I have reason to believe our room is bugged." Tobias shifted his eyes to the body. "So then, there could be cameras. There might be footage of whoever killed..." A jolt of energy shot through me fast and hard. I lost my breath and nearly lost my balance along with it. For a moment, I thought I was having a heart attack, but then the moment passed just as suddenly as it came.
"Dude,"
Jerry put a hand on my shoulder.
"you all right? You look like you just swallowed a stink bug."
"Claire." Lauren caught her sister before she fell over. "What's wrong?" She struggled to catch her breath, then looked at me and answered without using her words. "The killer knows we're figuring it out. He's panicked. He's changing plans. And someone is about to die." It wasn't just a suspicion or an intuition. It was the feeling of terror you get a half second before a car accident, when you see it coming but you can't stop it. The moment when time slows down, when some people see their lives flash before their eyes. It hadn't happened yet, but we were way too late to stop this. It was as good as done. "Fuck!" I screamed. Claire finally spoke. She said exactly what I knew she was going to say. "I'm so sorry." The feeling was already wearing off. That sense of inevitability dwindled by the second, replaced by a newfound urge to get the fuck out of there before what I saw came to pass. I chose my words carefully. We have to leave. Tobias raised his voice. I say we're not going anywhere until... I'd heard enough out of him. Tobias wasn't the only one here with a weapon. Before I even had time to think it through, I pulled the stun gun out of my pocket and hurled it as hard as I could. It struck him right between the eyes, dropping him onto his back. Yes! I screamed, immediately before realizing why I should not have done that.
Dang, dude, Jerry said. Nice shot.
Tobias was already getting back to his feet. He reached into his jacket, presumably going for the handgun, but then his face registered a look that I recognized all too well. The oh shit look. That's what I knew. He doesn't have his pistol anymore. He looked around for his weapon, but his eyes settled on something else. Jerry! I screamed, pointing at where the stun gun had landed by the stairs. Tobias leapt for it. Jerry let out a battle cry of "Spring!" as he dove headfirst across the hall. They collided and tumbled down the stairs together. Lauren stepped forward, but I held out my arm to stop her. Wait, I said. For what? Until we see who gets the gun. They both took a hell of a beating on the way down. There was blood on both their faces. When they finally came to a rolling stop, Jerry kicked the stun gun across the floor. Tobias took the bait, leaping to his feet while Jerry grabbed his ankles and pulled them out from under him. Lauren asked, shouldn't we? No, he's got this. I knew Jerry would get to the weapon first, or Tobias would spend the only charge on the one guy here who had already tasered himself for fun on multiple occasions. They grappled clumsily across the floor until Jerry got the upper hand, snagged the weapon, and fired it into the air with a triumphant, "Ha!" Tobias immediately punched him square in the nose. Jerry dropped the gun, grabbed his bleeding face, and said,
"Oh, fuck you, you sore loser!"
Lauren charged down the stairs with Claire tailing her. I kept close. When she hit the floor of the stairs, Lauren shouted, "That's enough!" Jerry pointed at Tobias.
"He started it!"
Lauren ignored him. "This isn't helping. Put your dicks away and pay attention to what's happening before it's too late." Tobias wiped his bloody face off on his sleeve. He looked around the crowd that had gathered on the first floor, then up the stairs. "Bridget?" His voice had lost all authority. Now it was replaced by simple old-fashioned fear. "Honey? Where are you?" I looked behind me. There was no one at the top of the stairs. A quick head count proved that we were suddenly missing 2 more people. Bridget and Wolfgang were both lost, disappeared into the ether, just like old Nathaniel, and I just now noticed Maggie. There was a bloody spot on the floor where she had died, but evidently someone had moved the body. I looked towards the front door. It was right there. We were almost free, just a few steps, and that unspeakable vision I saw at the top of the stairs wouldn't be possible. Tobias was already on his way up the stairs, calling his wife's name. The others shifted gears accordingly, joining him in the search without even a second thought. Only I stayed behind, by myself, wishing there was something I could do to change their minds. But Tobias wouldn't leave without his wife. Lauren wouldn't leave without the missing child. Claire wouldn't leave without her sister. And Jerry wouldn't leave until everyone else was safe. Nothing I could say would change it. And that's why he was about to die. I looked at the bookcase, where the strange noise had come from. It was moving, pivoting on a hinge, swinging outward, creaking open like a door. Another secret passageway. I braced myself for the closet monster or swarm of killer hornets or whatever other surprise attack this night had in store. But nothing happened right away. The bookcase stopped moving when the passage was about a foot ajar, enough to see through if I wanted to take a look. This was a new mystery beckoning me over. Luckily, I'd run out of intellectual curiosity several dead bodies ago, and I could see this obvious trap for what it was. After several seconds, I still hadn't moved. I guess that's when the obvious trap decided to up the ante. "Hello?" screamed the voice of Bridget on the other side of the secret door. "Is someone there? Please, help me!" I approached the bookcase, leaned against it, and pushed it closed until I heard the latch snap into place. Bridget, or whatever was using her voice, continued to plead with me, but now it was muffled, barely audible. If we were lucky, nobody else would hear it. I turned to see Lauren standing at the foot of the stairs, Claire hiding right behind her. "Did I just see you closing a secret door?" Lauren asked. I shook my head and said, "What? Secret door? No." Bridget let out a loud scream. The pipes on this woman were impressive, to say the least. Lauren began approaching me, taking slow steps with Claire silently following. "What was that?" she asked. What? The bookcase door swung open again with enough force to hit me in the back and knock me onto the ground as books flew off the shelves and landed around me. Bridget continued to scream, "Help me, please! Oh my God, Tobias! Someone! Anyone!" "Oh," I said, feigning stupidity. "You meant that?" Lauren rushed over to the passageway, but I pulled myself up and blocked her path. I held out both hands and said, "Wait!" She stopped long enough to put her knife against my throat and say, "Give me one goddamn reason why I shouldn't." "Earlier, when we found Hope's body, I saw something. I don't know if it's what you would call a vision, but..." I looked at Claire. "I know you saw it too." "What was it?" Lauren asked. I couldn't bring myself to describe the details. "This house is fucking with us. There's no scenario where we all get out alive. It's like quicksand. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. The only winning move is not to play. And you're the one who decides where we draw the line. Who is and isn't worth saving? You want to be in charge of triage? What if it was me or Claire in that room? What if it was your friend Jerry? If you want to run away and save yourself, go for it. But don't you dare tell me who isn't worth my saving." "Bridget?" It all became a moot point anyway. A second later, when Tobias finally heard his wife's voice, he raced down the stairs, ran past us without even acknowledging our little standoff, and went into the secret room behind the bookshelf. Jerry slid down the handrail behind him, jumped off at the last second, and waved at us as he followed Tobias like a farm dog chasing his owner's car into traffic. I rolled my eyes and followed. Lauren and Claire were right behind us. The moment we were all together in the room, the secret bookcase slammed shut behind us. It was a library. A secret room bigger than the parlor, with every square inch of wall covered in bookshelves and lit by a cluster of crystal chandeliers. Under other circumstances, I'd have been losing my mind. In a good way. But despite the size of our new cage, I was feeling woefully claustrophobic. It certainly didn't help that Bridget was chained up to a wooden chair in the center of the room, with a square box in her lap that had a bright LED display counting down the time from 56 minutes. It also didn't help that the blind man had suddenly reappeared, standing in the room with us. Lauren tore the books from the secret door, throwing them to the ground in an effort to find a way to reopen it from this side. She wouldn't find it. I knew she was feeling regret, but I kept my "I told you so's" to myself for now. Tobias was at Bridget's side, comforting her while simultaneously checking the chains that held her in place. Bridget's mascara was running down her face. She was saying a lot of things, not terribly important. A lot of, "I love you," "I don't want to die," and variations on that theme. Claire collected the books Lauren had tossed to the ground, moving them into a stack in the corner. Jerry circled the room, taking it all in. I just stood frozen, wondering if I could have tried harder to escape when we had the chance. When Nathaniel spoke, we all stopped what we were doing and listened.
"It would appear that our dear Bridget has fallen victim to one of the Bedside Manor's many perils. A most dangerous trap indeed. But not to worry. There's still time to solve this mystery and save her life. To do so, we must work together and search for clues." Lauren charged at him. "Listen to me, you mysterious old fuck. Let us go right now or I'm gonna cut you into confetti and throw a goddamn party."
"I'm sorry," he responded a little too calmly. "I don't understand that reference. Perhaps if you search the library, you'll find what you're looking for." She lunged forward with a scream and plunged the blade into his stomach. He didn't react. I nearly pissed myself, but the old man acted like he hadn't even noticed. Lauren yanked the knife out, slinging blood across the carpeted floor. Nathaniel waited a moment, then said, "If you need a hint to get yourself started, or If you feel that you've gotten stuck, I'm authorized to give you up to 3 clues to get you back on track. But all members of the party must agree before... Lauren held the knife with both hands and slashed it across Nathaniel's face, from ear to ear. Blood poured from the enormous gash. The flesh on top of his lip dangled over his beard. His tongue moved up and down, visible from the tear in his cheek meat, and yet it didn't seem to phase him out one bit. His words were slightly harder to understand, but I think he was explaining what we had to do to get another hint. Lauren backed away, a look of pure horror on her face. "What the fuck is going on?" she gasped.
"Well, my theory of sex cult just got shot right out the window," Jerry said, handing her a stack of oversized encyclopedias. That's when Bridget said something that caught my attention. Her voice changed. It was quieter now. This was meant to be for her husband and no one else. Of course, I had to listen. "Tobias, my darling, I have to tell you something. I have to tell you. I know about Lisa. Be quiet, dear. That's what all of this is about, right? That's why we're here, isn't it? That's the only thing that makes sense. This has something to do with Bridget. Not another word. I love you. I'm going to get us out of here. I just need to find some tools." Jerry walked up to them. "What are we looking at? I'm a bit of a bomb guy myself."
Tobias pushed him away. "Not now, you. No offense, but this is way out of your league. I just need to find a way to open the faceplate." Jerry removed his belt and held it over.
"Here, you could use the belt prong to pry it open."
Tobias reluctantly accepted the help while Bridget looked on with fear. "What is it?" she asked. Jerry answered.
"That's an IED with a targeted C4 blast."
Tobias opened the device. Then the two of them began speaking bomb jargon like they were talking shop. "There's a panel to enter a disarm code," Jerry pointed.
"Watch out for the mercury tilt switch. If we jostle it, the bomb will go off."
"I can disarm this. I just need to disconnect the arming switch from the power source."
"Are you mental? Dude, what kind of bomb has a tilt switch and not an interrupter detector? You disconnect that wire, you set it off."
Nathaniel continued to bleed and bubble unintangibly. A hand grabbed my shoulder and pulled me away from the bomb experts. It was Lauren directing me to the corner where she and Claire had been building a small fort out of books. "We're making a bunker," she explained. "I can't leave them," I said, pointing at the chair bomb trio. "You can't help them either. Help us." She had a point. I didn't have time to argue. If that bomb got down to 1 minute, I'd have to find a way to subdue Jerry and drag him to the safety corner. But until then, at least I could do something productive. Nathaniel continued to drone and bleed. Jerry and Tobias argued about explosive schematics. Bridget tried to remain calm, and the rest of us built a blast wall in the furthest corner of the room, out of the thickest books we could find. The wall was only about chest high when I heard Jerry scream, "No!" Tobias screamed, "Fuck you! I know what I'm doing!" He shoved Jerry away, reached into the bomb casing, and Lauren slammed a hardcover book over my head and pulled me to the ground. The room turned solid white, and the air around me was replaced by pure sound. Time wavered, I floated. Reality coalesced. Eons passed, and then I was brought violently back to the moment. Everything hurt, my insides revolted, air mercifully returned, but breathing was a laborious task. I tasted copper. I couldn't see anything. The only sound was the ringing in my ears. And then what was left of my survival instinct took over. I tried to move my fingers. So far, so good. Then my arms. Not so good. I yelled out Jerry's name and realized it was muffled. Not just by the ringing. There was something in front of my face, on top of me, all over my body, holding me down. Oh shit, I realized. I'm buried alive. I struggled to free myself, finding that the grave of books I'd fallen into wasn't all that deep. I pushed the debris off myself and emerged into a dark room. The only light was coming from the myriad fires of pouring in through the secret passageway where the bookshelf door had been blown right off its hinges. Most of the room was gone, or at least hadn't landed yet. There was a small crater in the center of the room where Bridget's chair had been. Lauren and Claire were both up, coughing, covered in burns and blood, but alive. And then I saw the bodies. I almost didn't recognize them from what was left. But there was no doubt. Bridget, Tobias, and Jerry were completely destroyed. My vision had come true. We couldn't save them. They were all dead. The only saving grace was that I didn't have an adequate time to process my grief. If I had, it may have completely gotten the better of me, but in a matter of seconds we were on the move. We put out the fires, covered the bodies, and went into the lobby to find Wolfgang standing there, waiting. He looked us up and down and asked, "What happened?" He tried to keep it covered with his jacket, but I noticed the gun in his waistband immediately. "Where were you?" Lauren asked. "I don't know," he lied. A coughing fit got the better of Claire. She fell into the corner, trying to catch her breath instead of rushing to her sister's side. Lauren turned to me. I knew it was coming and didn't particularly care for it. "Save it," I said. "I'm fine." Of course I wasn't okay, but time was of the essence, and the last thing I wanted to hear was her reciting the same platitudes that Tobias was giving Wolfgang only minutes earlier, after his mother had died, when the sneaky little shit took advantage of our distraction and stole the gun. The words would have rang just as hollow now as they had then. Wolfgang came to the bottom of the stairs, took a look at the damage in the room behind us, and asked, "Is there anyone else left?" What he meant was, is there anyone else left alive? Anyone else to worry about stopping me? See, he was too inexperienced to be subtle. Even without Claire's ability to amplify my senses, I would have known. Nathaniel may have been dead, but as long as Wolfgang was armed, we weren't out of the woods yet. I went for the safe answer. We don't know. There's probably more people here. He pointed at the destruction. Who all was in there? He stepped closer. His hand gravitated uncomfortably close to the hidden weapon. "We don't know," I said. Wolfgang cocked his head at me, no doubt wondering if I suspected him, but how could he ever have guessed that I knew exactly what he was thinking? I still didn't understand myself. These thoughts appeared randomly in my mind. It's been a while since I took my medicine. "What are we gonna do now?" he asked. "I have a plan," I answered. Then, on the fly, I made up a plan. "We need to split up. The girls will stay here and search for survivors. You and I will go get my car and bring it around." "I thought you said your car broke down." "It did. I have everything I need to fix it now." "That's it. Tell me whatever you need to. Just get him away from the others." Lauren put her hand on my shoulder and said, "Jack." I turned to face her. "This is the best idea." Then I looked past her to Claire. "Isn't that right?" Claire nodded in agreement. That was enough for Lauren. "Be careful," Claire said without moving her lips or using her voice. I turned back to Wolfgang. "Let's go. We don't have much time." He flashed a grin. "After you." The rain was chilling to the bone. We were both drenched in no time. Stinging winds and water lit up every fresh burn on my face and hands. The storm quickly washed the blood and bits from my hair. The solid pieces, I realized with disgust, were splinters of bone fragments. I wanted to puke, but I held myself back. I needed to keep my wits about me and watch for the right opportunity to turn the tables. But Wolfgang was patient and calculating. He followed closely, never coming within arm's reach. We used our phone flashlights to cut through the dark. If I got lucky, my baseball bat might save the day, but as we continued, I became aware of certain curious matters. There seemed to be far more trees than I remembered seeing on our walk up here. The road felt much thinner. Where we walked might be barely considered enough space for a one-way, and our walk didn't include any sort of decline. Weren't we supposed to be going downhill? I shined my light at the nearest tree. For a moment, it looked like something had skittered into the branches, but whatever it might have been was the least of our concerns. We were nearly a mile into the trip before Wolfgang finally spoke up. You know, you look like a shit took a shit. Considering I'd been blown up and lost my best friend and was probably about to die, his assessment could have been a lot worse. All I could say was, all right. I didn't recognize anything around us. It was impossible that we'd gotten lost on the only road, and yet being impossible hardly seemed to stop anything else from happening today. The only thing I could do was chalk it up to my memory playing tricks on me again. How long has it been since I took my medicine? It must have been another mile down the road before Wolfgang spoke again. How far do you think we'd have to be to not hear a gunshot from the house? In this weather, you could shoot someone dead at the end of the driveway and nobody would have been wiser. But I sure as hell wasn't about to tell him that. Don't worry. Gunshots are loud as hell. If somebody were to fire a gun, everyone would know. You little fucking Captain Obvious assholes, klepto sociopath. I kept pushing forward. The trees were so thick on either side of us that they looked like a solid wall in the dark. That's not right, I thought to myself. I remember, this was all farmland before. How much further? Wolfgang whined. I'm not sure. The car should be around here somewhere. I scanned the edges of the road for a stick or a rock or anything. I could feel it. He lost his patience. He was getting ready to take a shot, and I didn't have anything to defend myself with. I don't think we walked this far, he said. I think someone must have moved all the cars. Who would do something like that? I don't know, but it makes sense. I stopped, turned to face him and asked, how does that make sense? Think about it. Whoever's doing this has it down to a pattern. They must have had lots of practice. They probably had friends or workers who wait until we leave, and then they come and they drive our cars to a scrapyard. They're good at this because they've done it so many times before. You're right. That does make sense, I said, even though it really didn't. Gotta say, you don't seem all that worried. I've got a plan. Yeah? Yeah. When they come for me, I'll just kill them all. I turned around and started walking again. Hey, let's keep looking. Maybe our cars are a little further this way. I put some pep in my step, trying to create some distance between us, but Wolfgang was faster than me, and he kept up without any problem. You know what? He said. I think that's the secret ingredient. Practice. You just need a little bit of practice, and you can do anything you want. There was something up ahead, an interruption in the pattern, a driveway. For a moment, I thought I was safe. Wolfgang hadn't noticed it yet. He just kept talking. That's what Mom always told me. She said I needed real-world experience, and I could do whatever I wanted. As I got closer, I realized what was wrong with this driveway. I'd seen it before. You know why Mom left her room after the man told us to stay still? She wanted us to sneak away before the cops arrive. You want to know why? Because she thought I was the one who killed that old bitch. Mom thought she was protecting me. But really, she was controlling me. And then I saw my opportunity, and you know what I did? I took my knife, and Wolfgang! I shouted. He was grinning, holding the gun in his hand, eager to get more practice. What? Take a look. I pointed up to the driveway. He was so hyper-focused that he failed to realize where we were. We'd been walking for miles in a straight line, yet somehow we were standing back where we started, at the entrance to Bedside Manor. He laughed. What's so funny? It doesn't matter, he said. I'm still gonna kill you. Then I'm gonna kill the sisters, and I'll kill anyone else who tries to fuck with me, and when the cops arrive, I'll tell them... My cell phone collided with his face as hard as I could throw it. In an alternate universe, I might have made an incredible baseball player, but in this one, I was taking advantage of a young psychopath's inexperience and running blindly towards the forest for cover. A second later, he let out a primal howl. The light from his phone cast my shrieking shadow against the trees, giving me just enough visual reference to slide between two giant trunks as he fired the first shot. He screamed again and rushed after me, firing wildly with no regard for ammo conservation. His light was the only source out here. The further I got, the harder it was to see. I tripped a few times, hit a few branches, then finally stopped, pushed myself against the closest tree, and held my breath. He was still broadcasting his position like a total amateur, screaming, firing, but he obviously had no idea where I'd gone. I started to climb. The kid would never find me up here. Another shot rang out, much closer, and then I saw the light steadily growing brighter. Wolfgang was headed right for me, but he couldn't have known where I was, right? He didn't see me climb. Did he? I had the upper hand as long as I stayed still and didn't move. I mean, it's not like he was psychic too, right? Oh crap. Oh shit, crap, dang, fuck! He is a psychic too! He stepped into the clearing beneath my hiding tree and stopped. Hey Jack, he called. If you come out now, I promise I'll put a bullet right into your brain. I know how to make it fast. I was gauging the possibilities of a surprise drop attack when I heard a noise. A low, rumbling growl emanating from somewhere deep in the forest. Wolfgang snapped his light in the direction of the sound. Jack? He said. Is that you? The growl had become louder, and then it split into multiples, a chorus of thunderous growls from every direction. He swung the gun and the light in a full circle, then called out, Hey, who's there? The circle of sound began to shrink in on us, becoming louder and closer. When the first creature appeared, it took all of my self-control not to scream. The thing was nearly as tall as Wolfgang, bright red eyes, coal-black fur, 4 legs, hackles raised, teeth bared, a nightmare hellhound, steadily closing in on its prey. Wolfgang fired. The bullet landed in the animal's snout. But just like Nathaniel, the animal had no reaction to the injury. Stay back! Wolfgang screamed. I noticed the other hellhounds a second before he did. There were 4 of them now, boxing him in from every side. He spun and fired at another, catching it across the torso, but the monster didn't do so much as yip. He didn't get a third shot. The animals attacked all at once, tearing into him, ripping flesh from bone as he screamed in terror and agony. I closed my eyes. If I could have, I would have closed my ears too, but I had to listen. I had to listen to him wail as they devoured him alive and dragged him off into the woods. Sometime later, it's hard to say how much, but I was reasonably certain that I was already in early to mid stages of hypothermia. I reopened my eyes. Much to my amazement, I could see my surroundings. The sun was already rising, even though the storm clouds continued to blot out the sky. Enough light broke free to allow me to navigate back. I needed to get to Claire and Lauren before they made the mistake of coming and looking for me. The rules of the game had quite unexpectedly changed again, and now there was pertinent information that needed to be factored into our survival plan. Wolfgang had been killed by I literally rolled my eyes as the thought hit me. Really funny, whoever's in charge. Wolfgang was killed by a gang of wolves. What the actual fuck? After carefully falling out of the tree onto my ass, I righted myself and started back towards the house. I took 2 steps, then stopped and wondered, is this the right direction? I turned around and tried to remember which way I was running before I climbed the tree. In the panic of it all, I'd forgotten to take visual references. Not that it really mattered, considering how every tree looked exactly the same. I heard the growl just in time to run around and see the black wolf standing a couple yards away. Somehow it looked even more terrifying in the daylight. Eyes glowing red as hot embers, fur blacker than night, teeth on full display. Hey, buddy, I said in my calmest voice. Look at you. Who's a good boy? You are. Thanks for the assist back there. You, should be full by now, right? I hit the ground before I even realized he'd pounced. I felt the full weight of the enormous creature pinning me down. I felt my ribs cracking like pretzels beneath his paws, stabbing my organs from the inside. The very last thing I felt was the searing, brutal pain of its teeth, dull but strong as they pierced around my throat, ripping out my windpipe. I couldn't scream. I couldn't fight. All I could do was die. Don't touch that! Jerry screamed. There was a lot of screaming, actually, but Jerry was the only voice I could make out. The lights had snapped back on. The warmth had returned to my skin. The ringing in my ears from the blast had gone. We were all seated around the dining room table. We were all perfectly dry. Everyone was back in their period costumes. No cuts, scrapes, or bruises. Everything was, dare I say, normal. Tobias and Bridget jumped to their feet and embraced. Hope vomited onto her dinner plate. Wolfgang stared across the table at me, fury in his eyes. The voices continued over one another, fighting, screaming, crying. Eventually, Jerry whistled loud enough to make everyone shut up. He had the floor now.
Everyone calm your collective tits. Let me ask you one question. Did I just die?
You died over an hour ago, Lauren said. Jerry put his hands on his hips, looked at Tobias and laughed.
I fucking told you so.
You didn't die an hour ago, I corrected her. You died last night. You've been dead for so long. He looked at me, made a bemused face, and asked,
Are you crying, dude?
I can't tell you why he would ask something like that. I mean, I wasn't crying, and anybody who tries to tell you otherwise wasn't there and can't know what really happened and is probably just a big fat liar. Now, everyone. There was an audible gasp from several of us present as soon as Nathaniel began speaking. It would appear that our night has gotten off to a strange start. Fortunately, we have been given a second opportunity to solve the mystery of Bedside Manor. I recommend we do not squander it. Jerry picked up a dinner plate and frisbeed it across the table. It smashed into pieces across Nathaniel's face, but the old man didn't react.
Damn, Jerry said. I thought for sure that would prove that he wasn't really blind.
I think it proves he isn't really human, corrected Lauren. Hope slapped the table with both hands and screamed, Will someone please tell me what's going on? Tobias asked, What's the last thing everyone remembers? Jerry answered,
You didn't listen to me and got us killed.
Lauren was next. We survived the explosion, but then Jack and Wolfgang left to find help, and then... She couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence, so Claire did it for her. We were killed by a haunted suit of armor. Jerry nodded and said,
Nice.
What about you? Tobias asked, looking at Hope. The color drained from her face as she turned and looked at her son. She answered, I didn't see who did it. Wolfgang pointed across the table at me and shouted, He did! He's the one who killed me! Jerry couldn't contain himself.
Oh, shut your butt, Wolfie. We're not idiots. We know you killed your mom.
Don't speak that way about my son! Hope shrieked. Your friend there is the one taking crazy pills. I snapped right back. And you're the lady who recognizes antipsychotics by their drug names. Care to tell us why that is? Tobias was kind enough to change the subject. Everyone hold on for a second. Am I to understand that we all just experienced our own deaths? And then we regain consciousness right here at the same time with no sign of injury whatsoever.
Ah,
Jerry responded. He looked around the table and asked,
Hey, how come Maggie isn't here? Was there not enough fairy dust to bring everyone back?
Maybe it's just a collective vision, Lauren offered. Maybe none of that really happened. I mean, how could it have? The sound of a loud chime echoed through the house.
What the hell was that?
Jerry asked. Nathaniel answered with a smile.
Ah, goody. Seems that the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair.
Well, 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 said the detective. It seems that you've managed to cock up quite a bit in such a short amount of time. He was a tall man with dark hair, a wide frame, and a black goatee. He wore a three-piece pinstripe suit fitting the period of Bedside Manor, complete with a lilac bow tie and matching pocket square. He stood in front of the fireplace as he spoke, one hand on his hip, the other clutching a pocket watch, which he inspected briefly before continuing. Shall we try this again? The rest of us had formed a semicircle around him. Tobias and Lauren refused to sit. Nathaniel smiled from his regular spot in the armchair. I sat on the love seat. Jerry was relaxing on the arm of said love seat. I didn't quite get a good look at where the others were, but the detective had us all together as his captive audience. I mean that quite literally. We were captives here. This group meeting was hardly a voluntary event. No, we fought it tooth and nail every step of the way. When we first saw the detective, when we saw that he was coming and realized that he wasn't a real police detective, when it clicked that this man was just a further extension of the game, we collectively lost our 10-year composure. Jerry threw a chair. The detective knocked out both of his front teeth. Lauren tried stabbing him. She had a busted lip and swollen eye to show for it. Tobias fired the last bullet remaining in his gun. But the detective still broke both his trigger fingers. I'm not going to even pretend I tried anything valiant. The moment I saw him take a bullet without reacting, I decided not to waste the energy. The detective pocketed his watch, smiled sinisterly, and said, "As you have no doubt gathered, the mystery of Bedside Manor spins further than any of you anticipated, but I'd like to simplify things. Here's what I propose. Solve the mystery, and you'll be free to go." Lauren scoffed. "Here's a counter-proposal. How about you go fuck yourself?" Jerry spat another mouthful of blood into the puddle on the floor and said,
Actually, fucking is a lot of fun. This guy doesn't deserve it. Counter proposal, how about you go shit yourself?
Unlike his smile, Jerry's perennial good spirits were still intact, even though his pronunciation made it sound like he was trying to say, tucking is a ton. This guy doesn't deserve it, but we all knew what he meant. I held up my hand and said, "I second that proposal." Lauren chimed in, thirded.
It's official, sir. Go shit yourself.
A gunshot wound did not hurt the man, but he wasn't completely invulnerable. He could hide it behind a fake smile, but we all knew he was furious. "I feel confident that this group will find its motivation in time, but until then, allow me to offer a few hints. There's no reason to venture outside the compound. Every action will have consequences. If you miss a clue, you will have a chance to—"
"Oh, fuck this shit,"
Jerry exclaimed, jumping to his feet and charging into the parlor. "I wasn't finished!" the detective yelled after him. Jerry returned almost immediately, a bottle in one hand, a glass in the other. Given the circumstances, I don't think any of us would have blamed him for getting his drink on, even if this was a truly counterproductive measure to take. Jerry spat out another mouthful of blood, took a pull directly from the bottle, and winced in pain. The detective snickered and continued. "As I was saying, you'll need to hear every clue in order to—"
"Higher than 80!
Jerry howled, filling the cup to its brim. The detective snarled. "If you don't stop interrupting me, I'll have to put you in timeout." Tobias turned and gave Jerry a wink. I don't know what was about to happen, but I braced myself. "What, pray tell, does higher than 80 even mean?" the detective asked. Jerry walked up to him and splashed the contents of the drink in his face. Jerry spat blood again and said,
"Anything higher than 80 proof is flammable."
As he spoke, Tobias dove for the fireplace, grabbed the burning log, pulled it out, and smashed it across the detective's head. He instantly went up in flames. Jerry lugged the remaining alcohol at the ground. The bottle shattered, and the contents erupted in a tiny fireball. The detective's skin bubbled and burned as he stepped forward and grabbed Jerry by the throat. I jumped up and charged as fast as I could, but the burning man was too fast. His free hand grabbed me by the shoulder and squeezed with machine strength, tight enough to dig his fingers through the cloth and skin, through the muscle and tendon, only stopping when it hit bone. I couldn't even scream before he pulled me into the air and flung me like a rag doll against the wall. "Fuck!" I shouted, grabbing my shoulder. It didn't hurt anymore, but the pain from the memory hadn't faded yet. Everyone was screaming, yelling over one another from their spots around the dinner table. "What just happened?" I asked.
"Dude!" Jerry grabbed me into a bear hug. "I thought you were dead! Oh shit, my teeth are back too. I can finally say fuck again. Double win."
Eventually, the chaos settled down and we were able to take turns explaining how we all died. Evidently, I was the first to go this time around. The detective killed Jerry and Tobias fairly soon after. Wolfgang and his mother made a run for it, but a pack of 8-legged squirrels tore them to shreds before they could reach the end of the driveway. Lauren, Claire, and Bridget made an honest attempt to solve the mystery, but Jerry's fire got so out of control that half the manor burned down before the rain could put it out. They sought shelter in the kitchen, but then the doors locked behind them and the room began to fill with water. Nathaniel instructed them to solve a puzzle before time ran out. The three of them drowned about an hour later. Honestly, seems I got off pretty easy. The sound of a loud chime echoed through the house.
"The hell was that?"
Jerry asked. Nathaniel answered with a smile.
"Ah, goody. It seems that the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair."
We didn't attack the detective this time. We didn't need to, because this time we didn't even open the door. Tobias and Jerry muscled a barricade of furniture against the entrance, then we tied up Nathaniel, rolled him into a rug burrito, and shoved him into the parlor. Probably unnecessary, but we turned off the lights behind us for good measure. Next, we all gathered together in the dining room to take stock of the situation. "Where are we on weapons?" Tobias asked as he pulled out his gun and removed the magazine. "And why am I out of bullets?" I threw Wolfgang a dirty look. but decided it wasn't the time or place for this particular battle. We used them earlier, I answered. So ammo is expendable. That's inconsistent. Lauren pulled out the blade hidden beneath her glove. This is back, but I think we've already established it does fuck all against these guys. Tobias. Bridget grabbed her husband by the arm and pulled him to face her. What are these things? Tell us what we're up against. The way she asked made me think that she expected him to know the answer. He didn't say anything. He was still hiding something. Perhaps even something important. But before I could call him out, Claire let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. Lauren dropped down next to her, trying to figure out what was wrong. Everyone was talking now. Everyone was distracted. Everyone except for me. Because I could feel what she was feeling. I already knew what she knew. I recognized the buzzing energy in my stomach. Someone was about to die. I looked at Wolfgang just in time to see him plunge the kitchen knife into his mother's throat. She fell in stages, first putting both hands on the table. The reality hadn't quite sunk in for her yet. She tried to speak. Blood poured from the wound. Her face turned ghost white, and then her legs gave way. I reached her side just in time to catch her. I went to my knees and held her head in my lap. She looked up at me with fear in her eyes. The hilt of the knife moved in tune with her weakening pulse as torrents of blood erupted down the front of her dress. Wolfgang had already escaped the room. Hope grabbed my arm and tried to form words, but choked on her own blood. She didn't have long left. Before I knew it, Bridget was next to me, pushing the fabric of her own dress against the wound in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Hope recoiled in pain and dug her nails into my arm. She was crying, not from the physical pain, but from the emotional torment, the humiliation, the worst fear realized. Whatever Claire had done to me, it was an overdrive now. My mind was wide open, and Hope wouldn't stop screaming into it. She tried so hard to be a good mother. She wrestled with the demons for years. She built a wall around the truth because that was the only way she could survive. Her precious angel was sick, and it wasn't his fault. There was nothing she could do to make him better, so she did the next best thing. She protected him. She hid the evidence, the graphic drawings, the animal bodies, the truth. What other choice was there? She didn't truly understand what choice was until this moment, where all choice was truly taken away. There was almost a relief. There was a kindness in failure. Death was a mercy. Now she didn't have to pretend. She'd done her best, and finally, she was allowed to rest. She's suffering, Lauren said to us. Why don't we just... why doesn't... It's not like it matters. We'll just see her again when the whole thing repeats. Hope's eyes grew wide as the surge of terror went through my body like electricity. The last thing she heard before consciousness left her, the final lingering thought in this poor woman's mind, was that obscene reality. She wasn't free from anything. She was still a prisoner. The idea was too much to bear. I almost screamed for her, but the instant she died, it severed the connection, and I came up gasping for breath. There was no sadness left in me. Only pity and anger, and I wiped the tears from my face and said, "Someone help me find that kid so I can fucking kill him." "Not worth it," Tobias said as he helped his wife to her feet. "Why not? I mean, if we're just gonna keep dying and repeating this pattern over and over, what's the point of saving time anyway?" "I have a theory about that," Tobias said. "We all remember dying, right? But we also remember other things, impossible things. Remove the impossible, and whatever's left, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." "Okay," I said, "I'll bite. What's left?" "Our memories are fake. See, memory isn't some ethereal concept like a soul. No, it's a physical manifestation. A chemical process caused by amino acid chains within our brains. Find a way to alter that process, and you can convince someone that they experienced something they didn't. Or you can make them believe something didn't happen when it did." Lauren picked up his thread and ran with it. "You're implying that somebody got us all together here and implanted the last few days? That we've been tricked into thinking that we can't leave and we can't die? Why?" He leaned against the table, put a hand to his chin, and stared at the floor for a long, uncomfortable moment before responding. "It might be worse than that. If we're all victims of implanted memory, the damage could go way beyond just the short term. the last few days. Not a single moment before now can be trusted. He slowly looked around the room, pausing to give each of us a few seconds of eye contact. Then he asked, "Do any of you have memories before today that could objectively be considered impossible? Anything that doesn't make sense based on our understanding of the universe?" I looked at Claire. She was already looking at me. I heard her words without seeing her lips move. "Don't tell him about me." "Why not?" I thought. "Because," she answered back, "he would kill and dissect me if he got the chance." "No," I lied. "Nothing comes to my immediate recollection." Lauren added, "Nothing too out of the ordinary for us either."
"Samesies," echoed Jerry. "I'm just a boring old Instagram model with 6 million followers."
"Well," I said quickly, hoping to end this conversation before he wised up, "what's the plan then?" Tobias crossed his arms. "The most important thing we can do is contact the outside world. I can build a crude signal booster for our cell phones, but I'll need some equipment. We'd probably find everything we need in the kitchen, but according to our memories, the kitchen is booby-trapped." "So, what do we do?" I repeated. "We go to the kitchen," he answered with a smile. "If my memory's correct, that memory was just a device to keep us out of the off-limit areas. If my theory is wrong, we'll know right away when the room starts to fill with water." You'll never believe it, but it turns out his theory was wrong. On the bright side, he was the only one to drown this time. We tried blocking the door open with a couple of chairs before he went in on his own, but when the door automatically slammed shut, it sliced through the furniture like a guillotine through hot butter. We stayed on the safe side of the kitchen door, trying to communicate through a series of bangs. He and Jerry were both fluent in Morse code for some reason, but it didn't get us anywhere. An hour later, the banging stopped. We tried to give Bridget a chance to mourn, but we had already wasted so much time. As soon as she seemed up to answering, Lauren gently began, "Bridget, I need to ask you a few things." She was sitting in the chair by the fire, shaking, staring dead ahead, clearly traumatized, but functioning and just communicative enough. "I always knew something like this would happen." "What does that mean?" Lauren asked. Jerry handed Bridget a glass of alcohol. She took a gulp and then said, "It's Lisa. I knew they would get him eventually." "Who's Lisa?" I asked. "You mean you really don't know? I thought maybe that's what all this was. Maybe you were all from the Institute. You were testing us, seeing if we'd break and give away the secrets." That's when a big missing piece of the puzzle finally clicked into place. Lisa wasn't a who. It was a what. LISA, the acronym for some shadowy organization that Tobias apparently worked for. I knew he wasn't just some lowly business consultant with a working knowledge of bomb schematics and Morse code. Bridget took another drink. "He's been with them since before we started dating, but I knew something was wrong. He talked in his sleep. He left papers out, emails open. I don't know the full extent, but I knew enough to understand what my husband really did for a living." Her eyes were red and puffy, tears welling up behind the weakening dam. "Tobias was a good man, but he worked for some very powerful people. That's all I know, I swear." Claire took her spot next to Lauren, right in front of Bridget, leaned down and said, "Liar." Bridget looked at her in shock. "What?" "You're a liar." Bridget shook her head. No, it's true, all of it. I loved him, I... She dropped the glass, put her hands against her eyes, and began sobbing uncontrollably. But then the sobs changed. Morphed into something else. Something that almost sounded like laughter. Then she took her hands away and revealed the big grin on her face. "Oh my God!" she exclaimed. "Do you have any idea how long I've been holding that in?" Another round of delirious laughter later, she said, "Jesus Christ, I deserve an Oscar for that performance." I couldn't believe the transformation. I couldn't believe I ever felt sorry for her. "What the hell is going on?" I demanded. Bridget pointed at Claire. "Why don't you ask the psychic? She ought to know." Lauren pulled her sister back and stood between her and Bridget. "Oh, don't act like it's a big secret," Bridget mocked. "You couldn't have made it any more obvious. That's the thing about secrets. Sooner or later, they all come out." And what's your secret? I asked. She sized me up and stood and squared off against me. Suddenly, I felt very weak and exposed, and I knew this woman standing before me could kill me 10 different ways if she wanted to. Show me yours, I'll show you mine, she said. Claire explained, she's a spy. Bridget sounded almost proud. It's a little more complicated than that, but yes. I think you have the gist of it. Tobias was my assignment. He may very well be the smartest person alive, but like most men, he has one weakness that's very easy to exploit. In Lisa? I asked. The Liskov Institute of Societal Advancement, a global think tank specializing in the application of the paranormal. In lack of a better word. This has to have something to do with it. As soon as the old crone died, Tobias called his handlers to let them know what was happening. He's too important to them to leave in the middle of a small-town murder investigation. They should have had rescue teams here within the hour, but they didn't. The only explanation I can think of is that they're the ones running this thing. Maybe it's all just a ploy to vet me or get a confession, and if that's the case, I don't care anymore. She held up her middle finger to the sky and shouted, "You hear that, you arrogant fucks? I don't care anymore. You win. Just want off this ride." But she continued to spiral. A thought occurred to me. I was right. Tobias called for backup when we were locked in our rooms. But that was before the first reset. Could the phone call, like the injuries, have been undone? I have an idea, I said. Bridget fell back into her seat. Well, that makes you the one in charge, doesn't it? This might be the stupidest plan I've ever come up with, I said. But I think it needs to be tested at least.
I'm in,
Jerry exclaimed. I didn't even tell you what the plan was.
You had me at the stupidest plan I ever come up with.
I sighed. Well, what is it? Lauren asked. I think we need to try the landline again. Maybe we'll get lucky and we can call for help. Knock yourself out, Bridget said. But I'm staying right here until this is over. I've died enough times tonight. Now I just want to get drunk and sleep. Great, I thought. We're splitting the party. Again. What could possibly go wrong? I left Lauren and Claire to keep an eye on Bridget and shot down the stairs in case they saw Wolfgang or the detective. When we reached the basement, I held my breath in anticipation of the door slamming shut behind us. When no obvious traps were engaged, I beelined for the phone, took it off the cradle, checked for bombs or needles, then put it to my ear. Amazingly, there was a dial tone. So far, so good. I nodded to Jerry, gave a thumbs up. Next, I dialed the number to my town's sheriff station from memory. It rang so many times I'd almost given up hope, but then someone answered. Holy fucking Luya. Sheriff's Department, she said with a cheerful voice and a southern accent. I didn't recognize her. She must have been new. How can I help you today? Hi, I need to talk to the sheriff right away. It's urgent. Is everything all right, hon? Not in the least. Please put me through to the sheriff. I'd love to, but he's not available right now. It's the middle of the night, you know. But if you have a message, I'll be sure to get it to him as soon as he comes in. I looked at Jerry and shook my head. No. He made a jerk-off motion, not really sure what that was supposed to mean. Fuck you, I said into the phone. Excuse me? You went through all this effort to trap us, to build this house, to convince us all that we're going crazy, and you couldn't even do your basic research? What kind of Mickey Mouse bullshit conspiracy job are you running here? If that's some kind of a joke, I'm not amused. I'll have you know that it is a crime to call... The sheriff isn't a guy, dipshit. Her name's O'Brien. The woman on the other line didn't say anything for a very long time. When she finally spoke again, the accent was gone, along with a good cheer. What's wrong with you, Jack? Why can't you just be normal and play the fucking game? It's not that hard. I'll even make it easy for you since you're down a couple people. All you have to do is work together and find the attic key before Coda finds you. Simple, right? Who the fuck is Coda? The line went dead. At the same time, Jerry asked,
Hey, Jack. Wasn't there a stuffed polar bear in here earlier?
This time, when we came to around the dinner table, the screams were almost entirely subdued. I went from getting my head crushed between Coda's mammoth paw to sitting next to Jerry in a confused instant. But in the moment before I died, I started making plans. Bridget and Tobias leapt to their feet and embraced. My darling, she screamed with crocodile tears. I thought you were dead. I also jumped up, except I went onto the table. Before I could dive across, Wolfgang had already got his knife out. I screamed for help to move, to get out of the way, but she just sat there, resigned to her fate. Wolfgang stabbed her in the throat, and I speared into him. His chair recoiled backwards. We crashed to the floor, and somewhere along the way, he shoved his bony knee into my face and ran out the door. Little bastard was quick, and he was getting better. Hope died almost instantly this time. Fuck! I screamed, getting to my feet. He's just gonna keep doing that every single time. Tobias looked around and asked, What happened? I answered, still in a screaming mode. A fucking polar bear ate us because we couldn't find the stupid attic key. This game's bullshit. I heard a growling noise and shut right up. It was coming from nearby. No worse. He was coming from inside me. The seriousness of the situation slowly dawned on me in a jumbled mess of thoughts. That was my stomach growling. Which makes sense. I hadn't eaten in days. But that means our hunger level, like our memory, doesn't reset after each iteration, which means we're probably all starving right now at different rates, depending on who stayed alive the longest. But then, what happens when the hunger gets too strong? What happens when we don't have the strength to continue? Do we just start dying and resetting and starving over and over forever? A loud chime interrupted my thoughts. Oh, goody. It seems the detective has finally arrived. Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair. Everyone screamed some version of "Shut the fuck up!" at Nathaniel. But surprisingly, he didn't seem too bothered by it. We charged into the Great Hall, but before we could start barricading the door again, the detective let himself in and began screaming at us. Everybody listen! Stop screwing around here and solve the damn mystery! Make us! Jerry yelled before walking up and spitting in the detective's face. You consistently underestimate the seriousness of the situation and overestimate your own competence. I will not continue to spoon-feed you help. If you fail, you shall have no one but yourselves to blame, and I promise I will let you fail. In the meantime, if you have any questions, Mr. Comandelli is at your disposal. Much to our surprise, he then turned around and opened the door and left, slamming the door shut behind him hard enough to make the chandeliers rock. Jerry turned back to look at us with a triumphant win face and said, Ha! That's one problem solved. What's next? Nathaniel tapped his way into the room, saying, I believe now would be an excellent time for us all to come together and work as a team if we are to solve the mystery of Bedside Manor. Oh, shut the fuck up, spat Lauren. You're not even real. She picked up the poker by the fireplace and proceeded to thwack him over the head repeatedly, with enough force to decapitate any normal human. Nathaniel just stood there and took it with a smile. Feel better? Jerry asked. A little, actually, yeah. You want to try? She offered him the poker. He accepted, as she added, it's quite therapeutic. Before Jerry began his turn on the human punching bag, my stomach rumbled again, loud enough to get Claire's attention. You're hungry, she said without moving her lips. So are you, I thought. She nodded. I have a bag of trail mix in my room, I said to the group. Split 6 ways, it won't go far, but at least it'll hold us over until we're forced to eat Nathaniel. It's probably not safe, Tobias answered, as if we needed someone to state the obvious. Jerry responded, Should be fine if we cook him well enough. I mean leaving the Great Hall. How about we put it to a vote, Lauren suggested. All in favor of going back to Jack's room, she raised her hand. Jerry raised both his. Claire was next, then Bridget, and finally Tobias. I guess it's unanimous then. Nathaniel, with his head almost completely flattened, spoke up with the same detached cheerfulness we'd come to expect from him. I recommend we stay where we are. I believe we haven't yet found all the clues in this area. Perhaps if we were to continue our search, we could blah, 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 blah. I didn't hear the last part of whatever he was selling. We'd already left by then. We stuck together as a group. Finally. Not that it really mattered. I'd already seen what one bear could do to half a dozen able-bodied people. If there were more booby traps or saw games waiting for us, no amount of teamwork would guarantee our safety. We stayed quiet until we reached the landing of the 3rd floor when Lauren asked her sisters if it was safe. I don't know, Claire said. It's like listening for a whisper in a room full of screaming. I turned around to see if Tobias noticed. It's rather brave of them to be speaking so candidly around a spy and a member of a supernatural exploitation think tank. And that's when I realized neither of them were moving their lips. Lauren asked Claire if we could trust everyone. There's a darkness here like I'd never seen, hiding deep inside of one of us. Like the boy, only worse. Lauren understood. She told Claire to stay close no matter what. I probably should have been a little more interested in the fact that Lauren was tapping into our mental Wi-Fi network, but the thing about traumatic paranormal murder disasters that no one ever tells you is that eventually you hit a plateau where nothing really surprises you anymore. When we reached the Woodrow Harper suite, Jerry made the valiant offer to go in by himself. He had the fire poker resting over his shoulder and a big dumb smile on his face. I realized with equal parts annoyance and admiration that he was actually having fun with this. "I'll go with you," I said. "Me too," added Tobias. Lauren stepped up. "We'll all go." Jerry walked up to the door, took a deep breath, and sighed. "All right, let's do this." Then with a short charge forward, he kicked the door open. "Shit! That kind of hurt," he muttered under his breath before rushing inside. He kept the fire poker extended, making lightsaber noises as he swung around and pointed in every direction. The rest of us followed closely. A few seconds passed, but spikes didn't fall from the ceiling, the room didn't start filling with sand, and the door didn't slam shut of its own accord. It appeared as if we were safe. For now. Bridget looked around and commented, "Your room is a lot smaller than ours." Jerry lowered his weapon before responding. "This is a weird time to flex, but go on with your bad self, Bridget." I found my stuff right where I'd left it, in a pile in the bathroom. The bag of trail mix was sitting on top of my crumpled up t-shirt and jeans. Not much left in the way of sustenance, plus Jerry had already picked out most of the M&Ms. But if it could stave off hunger for even just a few minutes, I'd take what I could get. Then, quite suddenly, another thought occurred to me. Jerry's pants were on the floor by the shower. But that wasn't where he left them. No, he'd carried them back into the room when we grabbed the stun gun. But was that before or after the reset point? I checked his pocket. Sure enough, the stun gun was still there. And more importantly, it still had a cartridge in place. Things were looking up. Tobias called from the bedroom. "You good in there, Jack?" I hid the weapon in my waistband under the suit jacket and returned to the others. "Found it," I said just before a surge of electricity ran up my spine. Claire pointed at the armoire next to me and screamed, "Jack, look out!" The door opened and Wolfgang lunged at me with an axe. I barely managed to fall back in time to miss a direct hit to the face. Wolfgang had found himself a new weapon. It was a bold decision that was going to cost him dearly. He wasn't so practiced with this one, and as soon as his swing missed, he lost his balance and hit the floor. I quickly jumped on top of the axe. Wolfgang grabbed the handle and pulled, but he wasn't strong enough to wrestle it away from me. His next go-to move was a desperate charge towards the door, but Jerry cut him off before he could escape. He held the poker out like a rapier and said in a calm voice, "All right, buddy. Time for you to chill out. Now, we aren't going to hurt you, but you need to..." That was all the time it took for me to line up my shot and fire the stun gun. The prongs landed in the center of his back and immediately sent him into a seizing, electrified fit on the ground. Tobias wasted no time in grabbing the bookshelf, pulling it free from the wall, and toppling it over on top of the boy, pinning him in place. "Jesus!" Jerry yelled. "Calm down, you guys. I think we got him." I dragged the axe over. Wolfgang was trapped beneath the shelf and books, all except for his head and a portion of one of his hands. He was screaming, cursing, thrashing, repeating himself over and over about how much he hated us and how he was going to cut our faces off and gut us, etc. He was an annoying little shit, and an objectively terrible person, but he was also still a kid. And I took absolutely no pleasure in what I was about to do. Jerry saw the weapon in my hand and the look on my face. Whoa, dude." He stepped over to me and put a hand on my shoulder. "You don't have to kill him." Oh, I wasn't going to kill him. Wolfgang suddenly stopped screaming. There was an unusual note of concern in Jerry's voice. "Well, what are you going to do?" I whispered back to him. "Will you take the others and leave us alone? I don't want any of them to see this part." It took a little convincing, but Jerry managed to get the rest of them out of there. I locked the door behind us. Now it was just me and Wolfgang. I took a seat on the ground next to where he was still struggling to break free. It was a noble but futile effort from a broken body. There was blood pooling around his neck, and he smelled like he'd probably pissed himself. "I'm not fucking afraid of you," he said rather menacingly for someone in his predicament. "I know. Go ahead and do your worst." I took my time finding the right words. I stared at the axe in my lap. Of all the weapons Wolfgang could have chosen, he went with this. If he jumped out at me with a knife or a Molotov cocktail or even a sharp pair of scissors, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation, but he'd overestimated his own ability. Lucky me. You've been alive the longest out of any of us, haven't you? He tried to move his head, to look me in the eyes, but the shelf had his neck locked in place. What? He asked. I've just been thinking. You lasted a couple of hours the first night. Who knows how long you really made it after the squirrels got your mom. And then what? How long did you stay alive in this house by yourself after Coda got the rest of us? I'm just saying, you've probably been hunting for a while now, burning a lot of energy. And you never even got to eat dinner. Why are you still talking to me? I took the handful of trail mix out of my jacket pocket. This would have been my portion, about 1/6 of the bag, mostly raisins, but in that instant, it looked like Christmas dinner. I poured it all into a pile in front of Wolfgang's face, right where he had to look at it. Close enough that he could smell it, but impossibly far. I could feel his hunger. It was ferocious. He struggled to move, but the broken bones held him still. He screamed and stretched out his tongue, but the food would stay there just out of reach until he bled out or starved to death. I climbed back to my feet, wished him well, and went to join the others in the hallway, hoping the door would be enough to muffle his screams. Claire couldn't take her look off my eyes, which I took as proof she knew what I had done. Jerry took the axe from me and said softly, "Dude, why don't you just let me go in there and, finish him off? It's not even a big deal. Life's meaningless, remember? You don't have to do it like this." But I did. I needed Wolfgang to hate me. I needed him absolutely, blindingly furious with me. I needed his hatred of me to overcome his senses, so that when he died, when he came back, the only thing he could think of was revenge. That was the only way we could save Hope. Tobias took charge and changed the subject. I think we could take this experience as evidence that bedrooms aren't trap rooms. It might be a good idea to continue searching for supplies. Maybe there's something in Hope's suite we can use to get out of this mess. I was already headed for the stairs. What are we waiting for, then? Hope's suite was even bigger than ours. Not that I was jealous or anything, I just found it interesting. There was plenty of space to explore. Tobias and Bridget started raiding the kitchenette. The sisters checked the walk-in closet. Jerry went to the bathroom. I went straight for the bedroom and found exactly what I was looking for right away. My backpack was sitting there on the mattress like it was waiting for me. I unzipped it and hastily threw everything out to the ground. And it was all there, just like she said. My socks and underwear, my phone charger, my rolled-up t-shirts, and the bag of medicines. I reached in and pulled out the first prescription bottle, but noticed right away that it felt lighter than it should have. I popped off the lid to confirm my worst suspicion. It was empty. So was the next bottle, and the next. All of my medicine was gone. Where did it go? Did Wolfgang do this just to screw with me? Did the house do it? Why? Knock, knock. I looked up to see Bridget standing in the doorway. She was alone. I didn't like that fact one bit. I held it together for now and asked, "Can I help you?" We understand each other, right? I waited for an elaboration a little too long before saying, "What? Don't play dumb. I'm not playing. This is the way God made me. Look, I need to make sure that we're on the same page." "And what page is that?" "There's a lot at stake, Jack. We all have secrets. Tobias doesn't need to know mine, and nobody needs to know yours." I got to my feet and returned her accusatory stare. "What exactly do you think you know about me?" "I know what you are. I've seen your type 1,000 times. Never met one so clever, though. It's quite the act. You got them all fooled, even little Claire, although I think she's starting to suspect. Listen, Bridget, if I can speak candidly for a second, I don't give a single solitary fuck about you and Tobias." She smiled. "Good. Great." On that note, she turned and left. A half second later, I felt something touching my ankle. I looked down to see a long green arm reach out from underneath the bed, the fingers twisting into a vice grip around my good leg. It yanked and I hit the ground. Then it retracted, pulling me across the floor with it. I screamed for help as loud as I could as the thing dragged into the dark space below the bed. The light got further and further away. The hand pulled me deeper and deeper. Soon I was immersed in complete darkness. He was cold. I was still moving, and then I wasn't. I tried to open my eyes, only to find that they were already open. Wherever I was, there wasn't any light anywhere. I waited for the world to stop spinning before I tried taking a step. I couldn't find my footing and braced for the fall, but it never came. I was already down, lying on my back. The floor below me felt like refrigerated wood. I sat up and instantly regretted it. My forehead smacked against something solid. I fell back and put my hand against the swelling knot from the impact and felt something solid with both of my elbows. I reached up and felt the surface I just smacked into. Cold wood. Then I touched the walls on either side of me. Cold wood. Oh, shit. It finally came to me. I'm inside of a coffin, aren't I? An unwelcome but familiar voice emerged from a speaker close to my feet.
Hello, investigator. It would appear that you've fallen victim to one of Bedside Manor's many perils. A most dangerous trap indeed. But not to worry. There's still time for your fellow investigators to solve the puzzle and save your life. You are currently buried somewhere on the Manor's property with exactly 1 hour's worth of oxygen remaining.
Well, that sucks, I thought. But at least I have some time to relax and gather my thoughts. And if I know Jerry, he'll have me out of this trap within the next 10 minutes. I closed my eyes, and I tried to get comfortable. You bastards! The lights were back on. I looked around to find myself once again sitting in the dining room table. Evidently my time had run out, and I'd suffocated in the coffin. That sucked. I would have very much preferred not dying. Still, there were much worse ways I could have gone, and maybe this time we could do it better. The voice had come from directly across from me, from the furious boy clutching a knife in his hand, the one who just jumped onto his chair, then onto the table. There was bloody murder in his eyes. Oh, my plan worked! He had completely overlooked his mother, and now he was running towards... Oh shit, I didn't think this far ahead. I thought I'd have more time to figure it out, more time to know how to react. But Wolfgang was charging at me faster than I could think. He clenched his teeth and stabbed at my face. Jerry swung a mean right hook across Wolfgang's cheek. It connected with enough force to send the boy flying off the table.
Boom, baby!
Jerry exclaimed as Wolfgang and the knife both collided with the floor. He walked over to where Wolfgang was trying to pick himself back up.
You know, I promised my lawyer I'd stop punching kids in the face, but for you, I think I'll make an exception.
Wolfgang made a desperate charge for the knife, but Jerry caught him in a headlock and pulled him away, shushing calmly.
It's okay, relax. We're gonna leave the little weapon and talk about this like adults. We're gonna be like Fonzie, okay? And you probably don't get either version of that reference, but trust me, it's okay.
Hope was already running around the table. Let go of my child, she screamed. Before any of us had time to react, Hope had already pulled the gun out of her clutch purse, put it against Jerry's head, and pulled the trigger. His lifeless body fell to the ground. Wolfgang gasped for air. Hope dropped to her knees and reached for her son. It was the last mistake she'd make in this life. He quickly picked up the knife, turned, and plunged it into her eye all the way to the hilt. By the time she had collapsed the rest of the way to the ground, Wolfgang was already halfway out of the dining room. I ran to Jerry's side, but there's nothing I could do for him. The bullet had gone straight through. It was a clean kill. Never saw it coming, and hopefully didn't feel a thing. What the fuck? Lauren screamed. Where did that gun come from? Tobias walked over, knelt down and pulled the weapon from Hope's dead fingers. He turned it over a couple times and gave his assessment. It's a Ruger 380. Purse gun. Designed to be discreet. I tried not to lose my temper. You mean to tell me that this woman has had a gun on her this entire time? And what? I screamed at Hope's body now. You just chose not to defend yourself? Maybe that I can understand, but then you frickin' killed Jerry just because he was trying to help you! Lauren grabbed my arm. Jack, calm down. You're not helping. I tried to calm down. I really did, but then a chime rang out and Nathaniel said with a smile, Ah, goody. It seems that the detective has finally arrived.
Perhaps he can help us sort out this ghastly affair. Shut up, Nathaniel! Nobody likes you! You're worse than a hangnail!
Tobias walked up to Nathaniel and draped his jacket over the old man's head. Ignore him, he said. Now, let's talk about a game plan. Next time we respawn, when the boy attacks Jack, I'll subdue the mom. Lauren, can you help Jerry? Sure can. Great. In that case, I propose we skip ahead right now. There are 6 bullets left in Hope's gun. Any volunteers? I was taken aback. Wait, I said. Hang on. You're all suddenly okay with the idea of dying? It's not death, Tobias explained. We've been busy. We learned a lot after your disappearance. For instance, we learned that this isn't a solid timeline. There's an incursion. We built an echolocator out of the radio and some spare parts from... Did you guys even look for me? Tobias made a face like he just heard me speak in Comic Sans. Why would we? Your trap gave us an entire, uninterrupted hour to experiment and learn exactly what we're up against. What about Jerry? Did he at least try? Lauren answered. He did, but he got struck by lightning a few minutes after you disappeared. Tobias shook his head. I told him not to bother, but Jack, you're missing the point. We figured out so much. See, this house, it's a vacuum in time, all right? Something about Tobias's explanation was nagging in my subconscious. I asked, does that mean you know how to get us out of it? No, but I think you're failing to understand the implications. It completely rewrites quantum theory from the ground up. There was still something there, beyond the technobabble. Something he said that I couldn't let go of. Does any of that get us closer to getting home? It will, he explained. The scientific process is just that, a process. There aren't any eureka moments without extensive work and study. We're only at the beginning of... Hang on, I interrupted. It finally clicked. You said respawn earlier. A frown overtook his expression. Yeah, what's your point? I laughed softly to myself. I know what's going on. I sincerely doubt that. I was about to explain when Claire started to cough. Lauren grabbed me by the arm and said, Guys, I think we have a problem. Tobias was already moving for the door before I even smelled the smoke. Claire struggled to get through her coughing fit to spit out the words, Wait, don't. But it was too late. Tobias stepped into the smoke-filled great room. The carpet, bookshelves, and couches were all burning up. Tobias stood there staring at the flames, likely working out the best plan to extinguish the fire. It was exactly what Wolfgang was counting on. For the smartest man in the world, Tobias sure was stupid as hell sometimes. The boy leapt out of his hiding spot and smashed the fire poker over Tobias's head, dropping him instantly. Before I knew it, he had grabbed his mother's gun and put a bullet in Tobias's back. Then he set his eyes on us. Lauren pulled me to the back of the dining room and screamed, Run! Just as the next shot rang out, I saw Bridget fall to the ground. Then we were flying through the door behind us into the parlor. We ran without thinking, deeper into the house, through the doorway at the far end, into the nauseatingly long hallway with the lime green and purple wallpaper. The sisters ran in front of me. I stopped to look behind to see if we were even being followed, but all I saw was an endless stretch of checkered carpet. It seemingly went on for miles and miles. I closed my eyes and I tried to remind myself that it was just an optical illusion. A shot rang out. I opened my eyes and saw Wolfgang standing there. I couldn't figure out how close he was. That damn hallway made it impossible to know if the space between us was a few feet or a few hundred yards. My ears stung. The bullet must have grazed me, I thought. I put my hand to the side of my head, pulled back at the searing pain, looked at the handful of blood in my palm, and reassessed. The bullet did more than graze me. Wolfgang was running now. I turned around and did the same. Lauren was calling my name from somewhere up ahead. For the first time, I noticed an irregularity in the repeating pattern against the walls. A break. No, a door. Lauren leaned out and gestured for me to hurry up, but she was so far away and Wolfgang was gaining, I'd never make it in time. Another shot echoed down the hall, and then, inexplicably, I was there. Lauren pulled me through and slammed the door shut behind us. My heart was about to beat its way out of my chest. My lungs were ready to explode. But this was no time to rest. We had to keep running. I looked forward to see what kind of room we'd end up in and immediately said, Fuck! It was more of the same. An impossibly long, thin hallway with green and purple wallpaper and checkered carpet. The walls were littered now with doors arranged endlessly down the corridors, all identical to the one that we'd just gone through. Which one do we pick? Lauren asked. There was fear and uncertainty written all over Claire's face. She didn't want to tell her sister she didn't know the answer. Instead, she pointed at the closest door. As good a chance as any. We all ran through it and saw... more. More hallway, more doors, more green and purple wallpaper. I could hear Wolfgang screaming from behind the door we just closed. We couldn't stop now. I pointed at a door at random and said, "That one!" They didn't question it. They just followed me as I pushed it open and ran into more hallway, more doors, no end in sight. I shut the door behind us as the sisters raced through. Claire fell to the ground, gasping for air. Hope was at her side right away. "It's okay," she said. "He's not going to find us. We lost him." "No, he didn't," Claire said, crying. I turned around to make sure the door was locked, but it wasn't there anymore. The door had vanished, replaced with more of the never-ending hallway. I took a couple steps forward and felt the air in front of me to make sure the door hadn't just turned invisible. Sadly, there was no such luck. The house was rearranging itself, forcing us to play along with this stupid game. I heard Lauren gasp and turned around to see Wolfgang standing behind her. One of his hands was wrapped in her hair, the other holding onto the gun to her head. His eyes were on me. "Wolfgang, wait!" I shouted. "You don't have to do this. Hey, nobody has to die anymore." That was evidently the wrong argument. He executed her right in front of us. Claire screamed as Wolfgang raised the gun and pointed it at her. "Wait!" I shouted with even more desperation. Amazingly, he gave me a chance. "What could you possibly say that I'm going to want to hear?" I got down on my knees. "I know what's going on. Okay, I figured out the mystery of Bedside Manor. I can get us both out of here." "I don't want to get out of here." I had no response. All I could do was look at Claire. She returned my gaze. Her piercing blue eyes held nothing back. She was afraid. She was terrified that I might be wrong. She was terrified of Wolfgang. And as a surge of electricity ran up my spine, she sent a message that only I could hear. "Follow the smoke." He pulled the trigger. And Claire was dead again. "Why?" I screamed. "They didn't do anything to you. Why can't you leave everyone else alone? It's me you want to kill." "I don't want to kill you, you idiot. I want to make you hurt. Like you made me hurt. I was stuck in that room all alone for days. Do you know what that kind of pain feels like?" "Well, to be fair, you also murdered your mom and tried to kill me and also killed everyone else, so maybe get off your high horse and quit being such a dick about it." He aimed the gun at my crotch, smiled, and pulled the trigger. A second later, his smile turned into a frown. Nothing happened. Oh God, am I glad I didn't screw up my bullet count there. He shrieked and threw the gun at me, but I'd already started to move for the closest door. I pushed through, slammed it behind me, and found another identical door nearby, and ran through it. I repeated the step a few more times, then stopped to relax against the wall. To my right, as far as I could see, were identical doors against an incalculable horizon of lime green and purple. To my left, the exact same thing. Somewhere far off in the distance, I could hear his screams, echoing in every direction. I was trapped in this labyrinth with a monster and no clue how to escape. And then, I smelled the smoke. Surely it can't be that easy, can it? I started walking. In time, the smell became stronger. I was breathing in the right direction, passing door after door, pausing every few steps to take a deep breath and make sure that I hadn't lost the trail. The screams of the young psychopath were definitely getting closer by the second, tempting me to run away, but I ignored them and I took my time. When I found the right door, I knew immediately. It smelled like I was standing next to one of Jerry's New Year's bonfires, when he'd throw in plastic, electronics, old tires, and anything else he could find. I tapped the door handle. It was warm, but not hot enough to scald my hand. As Wolfgang's voice continued to bounce around the endless hallway, I opened the door and stepped into the parlor. The fire blazed out of control. The smoke was so thick I couldn't breathe or see further than a few feet in front of my face. A crashing noise erupted over my head like the building was being ripped in two. I looked up just in time to see the ceiling cave in on me. Suddenly I found my breath. The pain in my ear was gone and the world came into focus all over again. Jerry was at my side now, shouting something that sounded like, "Whoa, Nelly!" Across the dining table, Wolfgang was clawing his way over to me with a dinner knife in his hand. Lauren leapt to her feet and picked up her chair and broke it into pieces against the boy as soon as he was close enough to hit. Jerry quickly grabbed him by the feet, pulled him off the table, and threw him into a headlock, while Hope screamed for them to let her child go. She took her gun and aimed and pulled the trigger. Yet nothing happened. Hope was alive. Wolfgang was subdued. I was almost proud that we'd survived the first 30 seconds as a group. But now wasn't the time to relish the minor victory. As the rest of them screamed and fought with one another, I left, and I went into the Great Hall. There was someone I needed to talk to. I opened the front door to find the detective standing there, staring at his pocket watch. He looked up and said, "Hello?" with a note of surprise. "I wasn't expecting to see you already. We need to talk." He put away his pocket watch and asked, "Are you going to try to hurt me because I could save you the trouble? I'm not. I figured it out." He crossed his arms. "What, pray tell, do you think you figured out?" I stepped outside, closed the door behind me, and said, "The mystery of Bedside Manor." "No, you haven't, Jack. You lot haven't even come close." "Hear me out. I've known something was wrong ever since the moment we arrived, only I couldn't understand what it was. Every time I tried to look Maggie in the eyes, I could sense that something was off about her, like uncanny valley kind of off. Then there was the way that she and Nathaniel teleported whenever they weren't being watched. There was the rain that came from nowhere, the rearranging forest, the guardrails that kept us from leaving. It all finally came together when I heard Tobias call this dinner table fiasco a respawn. You know what a respawn is, don't you? It's a video game term. You gave us save points. You gave us NPCs. You built your own custom physics engine. Oh, it's so obvious now. The reason we can't stay dead is because none of us are even here. Bedside Manor is a simulation, isn't it? I told you to play the game. You're not playing, you're metagaming. But am I right? Do you know how many iterations of Bedside Manor I've personally overseen? Billions. Literally, billions. I helped to build a model of this game across virtually every version of your reality, and never once has a team failed so utterly and completely. Not one time, in case you didn't hear me, billions. Honestly, I'm impressed by the sheer ineptitude. Thanks. It doesn't matter. You'll play the game eventually, even if I have to personally play along with you. Sometimes the players need a little hand-holding to get them into the right track, and you will get on the right track. Far too much at stake to give up now. I knew it was pointless to ask, but I tried anyway. What's at stake? Much to my surprise, he answered freely. You're close, but not close enough to understand this isn't a video game. It's a psychological reconnaissance. A compatibility test to determine if a world is ripe yet. Ripe for what? He chuckled under his breath. This evidently was one secret he wanted to keep. You won't even know we're here, child. Our presence is a symbiosis, the same way a farmer feeds and protects his livestock. We can make you happy, fat, immortal, anything you can imagine and more. All you have to do is play the goddamn game. I crossed my arms. I don't want to. With the fate of both of our species hanging in the balance, do you really think I'd allow you any choice in the matter? He didn't give me a chance to answer. The next thing I knew, we'd already reset. For a brief moment, I forgot where I was supposed to be.
Well, don't just stand there. Come over and sit a spell.
I looked up from my book and took in the new surroundings. I was no longer on the porch with the detective. I wasn't at the dining room table. I was back in the Great Hall. The old-timey phonograph filled the air with dulcet instrumentals. A bookshelf stood in arm's reach before my eyes, the very same piece of furniture that once served as a secret door to the explosive library. The game had reset again, only in a different place. They must have decided to switch things up this time. That voice had come from the old man with the walrus mustache. He smiled at me from his seat by the fireplace, completely oblivious to the rest of the world, like the poorly trained piece of AI he was. I shut the book in my hands and returned it to the shelf, but not before reading the title on the cover. The King's Lunacy, by Edgar Allan Poe. Too bad none of the books here were real. That actually sounded like a good one. I left the worthless Nathaniel where he sat and went into the parlor to find Jerry. He would know what to do. I surmised from the sound of voices that the rest of the group had respawned together. Fortunately, nobody was screaming or fighting, which could only mean that they got Wolfgang under control before his killing spree started. As soon as I walked through the pocket doors, Hope stepped into my path, saying, "Hi, my name's Hope." I froze momentarily, losing my train of thought. She seemed so carefree all of a sudden. The stress must have finally made her snap. Poor thing. "I know who you are, Hope." There was a glass in her hands and a smile on her face. "I wanted to ask you for your help. See, I'm here with my son, Wolfgang. He's a very bright boy, extremely talented, but he isn't the most outgoing. He's had a hard time making friends back home, and I was thinking maybe this weekend it would give him a chance to come out of his shell." She raised the glass to her lips and took a large swallow. "Oh, God. What's happening?" "Hope, I need to ask you a stupid question. Do you know who I am?" She laughed and said, "No, I'm sorry. Have we met?" "Oh, this is part of the game? I've never done one of these before." She tried on a silly accent, batted her eyelashes, and said, "Hello there, old friend. Fancy running into you in a place like this." I laughed a little too hard, patted her on the shoulder, and said, "Your child's a serial killer." She returned the laugh, but cut it off short with a confused, "Wait, what?" Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Maggie was still alive. She was currently talking to Bridget, probably warning her that not everyone here was who they seemed. I turned and searched for Jerry, but he wasn't in the room. Instead, I saw Wolfgang leaning against a wall, looking bored out of his mind. Tobias said it himself. Memory is just a chemical process. A predictable, malleable result of amino acid chain reactions. Any group sophisticated enough to build a whole world like this probably had the technology to do whatever they wanted to our humble little brains, and we'd never even know. At the far side of the room, Claire stood by her sister's side, watching me silently. If there was anyone here who might understand what was happening, it was her. I cut straight across the room and said, "Claire, you remember me, don't you?" Her piercing blue eyes very clearly answered for her that no, she did not remember me. Claire tried to move away, but I took her by the arm and turned her to face me. I had to make her understand. I needed her to read my thoughts, to know that I wasn't crazy. I needed her to tell everyone I wasn't crazy. I needed her to tell me I wasn't crazy. But there was no understanding in the look she returned. There was only confusion and pity. "Get away from her, you creep!" I don't know how I'd already forgotten about Lauren. The next thing I knew, she had punched me in the face hard enough to start a trail of blood pouring out of my nose. Other than Bridget's gasp from the other side of the parlor, the room had gone deathly quiet. "Okay," I said. "I deserve that. Shouldn't have grabbed you, Claire. I apologize." I turned around and looked for something to cork my bloody nose. Once I spotted the clutch purse and the settee sofa, I changed plans. "Oh, excuse me," Hope said as I picked up her purse. "That's mine." I laughed it off and said, "Oh, I assure you, this is totally mine. We must have both gotten them at the same place." I opened it up and reached inside. "Walmart's Black Friday sale 2018, am I right?" My fingers touched metal. Eureka! I grabbed the weapon, pulled it out, and tried to hide it in my jacket pocket, but I wasn't fast enough. The moment it came out, Bridget shouted, "Is that a gun?" Hope screamed a confirmation. "He has a gun, help!" Before I knew it, Bridget planted a kick square in my solar plexus, hard enough to make an MMA fighter consider retirement. I hit the ground, gasping for air. The gun escaped my grip and slid under a nearby chair. For 1 second, nobody moved. And then, utter chaos as we all bolted for it at the same time. Wolfgang swooped in with the precision and speed of a bird of prey, snatched the weapon up like he'd just recovered a fumble, and as soon as I got back up, I gave chase. He saw me coming and bolted out of the room like a cockroach in a spotlight. I knew from experience that he would be faster than me in a fair race. I was busy trying to figure out what I could throw at him when I got lucky. He reached the base of the stairs and tried to hook an angle, but his dress shoes must have had less traction than he was used to. He skidded to the wall, paused to regain his balance, then crumpled like an old soda can once I slammed into him at full speed. Wolfgang and gun hit the floor. I picked up the gun and left the boy. The others were already pouring out of the parlor. Within seconds, I was surrounded. Maggie was screaming for somebody to call the police. Hope was shrieking bloody murder. I tried to yell over them to get them to calm down. May as well have been trying to nail water to a wall. Hope charged at me until I pointed the weapon, stopping her in her tracks. The front door opened, and Tobias rushed inside. Jerry was close behind. They both froze at the sight of the gun.
This isn't part of the game, Maggie yelled. The boy has lost his mind.
Jerry took the cigar from his mouth and held out his hand. Wait. What are you doing? Talk to me, Jack. What's going on? What did I miss?
Finally, a chance to explain myself. I just need to make sure I don't screw it up. We got Jumanji'd, I said. Judging from the reaction on his face, I don't think Jerry fully understood what I meant. Judging from everyone's faces, he wasn't alone. Only one person was alone here, and it didn't feel so great. Lauren took a step closer, asking, "What exactly do you mean? I am the gunner." They were all closing in on me, at different speeds, only stopping when the gun made them. I was losing time. To make matters worse, Wolfgang was coming to groaning in exaggerated pain. I knew he was manipulating them. I mean, I barely knocked him out. What's the big deal? I tried explaining again. This house, it's just one of those, Jumanji situations. I think it might be aliens or something along those lines. You don't have to make that face, Jerry. I can hear myself. I know how it sounds. Hope took another step towards me. I pointed the gun at her, but this time it didn't stop her. She took another step. Stop, I yelled. Everyone just stop moving for a minute. I'm trying to tell you what's really happening, and I've never been very good at public speaking, so I'm kind of nervous, and if you can all just chill out, I can prove it. I was out of time. It was now or never. In a moment of utter desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I shot Nathaniel twice in the chest. Predictably, everyone reacted as if I just shot an actual human. There were gasps and screams, and before the dust could settle, and everyone had a chance to see that I was right, Tobias did what Tobias does. He tried to take control of the situation and made things worse. Jerry saw it coming half a second before I did, Tobias pulling the gun out of his ankle holster, and delivered a perfect left hook across Tobias's face. I didn't even have enough time to move my gun. Tobias had already hit the floor, and Jerry had relieved him of his weapon. I tried to raise my voice above all the others, screaming for them to just look and see. Nathaniel wasn't dead. I pointed at the body slumped in the seat by the fireplace to show them all I wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy. I couldn't figure out any way to make everyone shut up and listen. I mean, if I could whistle, this might have been a good time. But then Jerry fired 3 shots into the ceiling, and that did the trick splendidly. He was the only voice in the now silent room.
Jack, buddy, I'm your ride or die bitch, but I have to say, I'd prefer more of the ride and less die.
I looked closer at the man I'd shot. For the first time since I met him, I was hoping Nathaniel might have something to contribute. However, he remained motionless and kept his mouth shut. I stepped away from the spot where Wolfgang was regaining his composure on the ground. I crossed the short distance to Nathaniel and poked him in the head a couple times with the barrel of the gun. He stayed stubbornly still. It didn't take long for me to understand that Nathaniel wasn't coming to my rescue. The house wasn't about to make this easy. And why should it? They spent untold amount of time and resources on this thing, only for me to come by, stomp all over their sandcastle, and force them back to the drawing board. Those who engineered this simulation must have been advanced to a degree beyond my understanding. But there's one emotion that's persisted as long as there has been intelligent life, and no amount of utilitarian logic can override it. Simply put, the ones in charge were being petty. I took a deep breath. Jerry, I know how this looks, but hear me out. I've been to the future. Sort of. I know things. There aren't any other people in this house. It's a trap. All of us are here because our cars mysteriously broke down and we needed to make a phone call. It was strange how nobody reacted to that bombshell the way I thought they would. Way less shock and horror. Way more confusion and horror. I looked at Lauren and said, "Right?" She made a non-committal shrug and said, "Sure, whatever you say, crazy man." It's not like that. I'm telling the truth. Why are you all acting like you don't already know? None of you are meant to be here, right? A long, uncomfortable moment passed before Hope asked, Is this part of the game? Because I'm not having very much fun at all. Okay, I said. I see what happened here. They took their memory trick a step further. Instead of erasing, they rewrote. They edited together a story that would make me look like a raving lunatic.
Or maybe,
Jerry said, stepping closer to me,
You just imagined it all.
What? No, not you too, Jerry.
Think about it, bro. What is the likelier scenario? That we were all unwittingly recruited into a supernatural whodunit simulator, or that your mind is playing tricks on you again?
In an instant, Tobias was on his feet, charging into Jerry from behind. Upon impact, Jerry screamed,
"Hot potato!"
He flung the pistol into the air, and by some miracle, I managed to catch it before it hit the ground. I now had exactly 2 guns more than I ever felt comfortable holding, which made me the de facto man in charge. Tobias was on top of Jerry, hands around his neck, squeezing the life out of him. I yelled for him to stop, but he wouldn't listen. I swear, I meant to fire a warning shot, but as I raised the gun, it went off in my hand. The others fled the room, running for their lives. Tobias made a noise like a gasp, then fell to his side, a circle of blood rapidly saturating the back of his coat, where the bullet had struck. Jerry sat up coughing. As soon as he could breathe, he was doing chest compressions on Tobias's lifeless body. I dropped the weapons. Then I fell into the seat across from Nathaniel and waited for whatever was going to happen to go ahead and happen. Jerry's shirt was drenched in Tobias's blood when he finally gave up and walked over to Nathaniel's corpse. Thought he was going to check for life signs, but instead, he reached into the old NPC's coat, pulled out a cigarette tin, and helped himself to a smoke. I watched as he lit a wooden match on his zipper, took a drag, and then said,
"I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You just killed 2 dudes. Probably a little too late to unfuck this donkey."
He walked over and knelt down in front of me.
"We can explain to the police what really happened. You had another one of your episodes. You forgot to take your medicine. It wasn't your fault. None of this was your fault."
He was really starting to remind me of Hope's internal monologue. There aren't going to be any police. What part of we got Jumanji'd do people not understand?
You still think you're in a simulation?
He sighed with disappointment, picked up one of the guns at my feet, then put it in my hand.
"Well, if that's the case, why don't you just kill me now, huh? If you're so certain that none of this is real, what's even the point in going on?"
He grabbed my hand and pulled it up, pressing the gun against his head.
"Come on, Jack. Put your money where your mouth is. Either it's all real, or none of it is. Pick a lane, make a decision."
His fingers clamped around my hand, holding it in place against the gun. I used my free hands to poke him in the eyes. With a loud yelp, like a kicked chihuahua, he released his grip. Sure, maybe I was crazy. I'm probably crazy. But something didn't add up. Even in the midst of a time-bending, psychic murder mystery, there was one thing that I couldn't wrap my mind around. Jerry was not acting right. By which I mean, Jerry was not acting like Jerry. I thought back to when I called out of Bedside Manor. The woman at the sheriff's station who didn't know about Sheriff O'Brien. The illusion of this place was incredible, but only on the surface. They could lie to us. They could make us remember things wrong, but they couldn't see inside your head. And that was the one advantage we had. "Jerry," I said, "you remember Lucy, don't you?" He answered slowly.
"Lucy? Yeah, sure. Why? What about her?"
Lucy was a friend we'd met under strange circumstances a while back. She was the sort of person one might call paranoid, avoiding social media like the plague, only ever using a burner phone, keeping to herself whenever she could help it. She trusted very few people, but for some strange reason, she trusted us. I asked the question slowly. "What kind of pet does she own?" He stared blankly forward as he held out the words, "Aww," like I wouldn't realize he was buying time. I pulled back the hammer of the gun, forcing him to take his guess. "Cat?" I shot him in the foot. The reaction was not at all what I expected. He laughed and said, "Dog! She has a dog, huh?" I shot his other foot. "Who are you?" One quick gesture. He put his hands to his face, curled his fingers into the skin, and ripped it off like a fancy Halloween mask made of gum. The smiling face underneath belonged to one who called himself the detective. He'd said it himself. "You will play the game eventually, even if I have to personally play along with you." "Fascinating," he said. "How did you know?" "Your acting sucks." "Oh, you weren't supposed to remember. I mean, how? How can you remember?" "Oh, I wanted to forget everything. There's a part of my mind that I could feel inviting me to let it all go, to release the past few days into the nothingness beyond existence, to fill the vacuum with a new memory about how Jerry and I planned the trip to Bedside Manor over a year ago as a retreat from our boring existence back home. That memory was pleasant and warm and fake. I don't pretend to know exactly what's wrong with me, but my memory has never been normal. I probably forget more things in a single day than most people forget in their entire lives. I constantly struggle to know which of my memories are real or imagined. My doctor tried countless remedies to help me with my confusion, and I doubt he ever understood how much effort goes into maintaining normalcy, how much of my day I spend trying desperately to remember all the things I forgot. I guess after all this time, I built up a slight tolerance to fake memories. I let the useless gun fall to the floor and asked, "Are we done yet?" "Done?" Oh no, Jack, no. We're just barely started. Why? I think I've pretty much proved I'm not compatible with whatever this is. That's perfect. This is a success. We wanted to see what would happen if someone broke the game. Do you think this is a coincidence? You're all here at the same time. A spy, black hat hacker, a super genius, a complete maniac, a class 1 psychic at her prime. The child who would grow up to be the most proficient serial killer of his generation. Wait, which one of those things is supposed to be me? The participants of this stress test are always selected exclusively for their chaos markers. We needed to know if everything would work beyond the limits of normal operation, and if they don't, then we catch our mistake and we fix them before the colonization begins. Now, if we can make you conform, we can make anyone conform. Why would you tell me all this? As the tides ebb and flow, so too does all knowledge. Empires rise only to fall. Life begins only to end. We put thoughts in your head just to see how easily we can take them away. At that point, I forgot exactly what I was doing. I was only moderately aware that this man, whoever he was talking to me. I couldn't remember where I was or why I was there. I zoned out completely, but I smiled and nodded along politely just like I had been trained to do. Even as my mind continued to wander, this felt just like whenever a customer prattled on way too long at the gas station. Come on, dude, you're holding up the line. Nobody wants to hear your opinion. Yes, weather changes a lot. Yeah, sports are full of unpredictable moments. No, I didn't watch the game. Something skittered loudly as it ran across my foot. "We can change it up if you want," the man said. I blinked a few times. How long had he been talking? "Do you like zombies? We can do zombies." What the heck was he going on about? I feel the new memory trying to form inside my head. It was like a warm bed on a cold night. Comfortable, seductive. But I knew better than to let it take over and push the harsh truth out of place, but I caught a piece of it. We were trapped here, cut off from the rest of the world. Our car hit something on the road, something that looked human, but it wasn't. It attacked us. Barely made it to the house in one piece before those things started swarming us. Tobias sat up, a deep guttural growl emanating from his chest. He got to his feet and began shambling towards me, arms outstretched, mouth wide open. The detective acted like nothing out of the ordinary. We prepared for our final stand, but tensions grew hot. Tobias wanted to be in charge. He was going to get us all killed. I looked for the gun. I needed to end this monster before it reached me. He was infected, and in a moment, I shook the thought out of my head. The smile on the detective's face disappeared. "Okay," he said. "Forget the zombies." Tobias instantly evaporated into a puff of smoke. "Why don't we make things a bit more interesting?" The room around us disappeared, blinking out of existence for a moment before my mind had time to register the frame skip. My surroundings had been replaced. The walls were concrete, the air thick and wet, the only light coming from a single bare incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling. I had been transported to the basement. Coda the bear was gone now. In his place, or her place, is Coda a girl's name? There stood an upright wooden coffin. Before I even had time to say, "What the hell?" the scene had already been set in motion. The door of the casket creaked loudly open to reveal a woman, sleep standing inside with her eyes closed and arms crossed. So how does she open the door without her hands, anyway? I recognized her instantly. This was Bridget, or at least some version of Bridget. I almost averted my eyes because there was something undeniably creepy about watching an unconscious woman, especially one wearing nothing but a thinner-than-paper thin white gown. The way her outfit hugged her features like a second skin, she may as well have been wearing nothing at all. But before I could turn away, her eyes opened. Two burning red pupils immediately fixed on me. She uncrossed her arms and stepped forward, although the way she moved might better be described as floating. Her long red hair rippled behind her like light trail photography, obeying its own laws of physics. "Is he ready?" she asked, freezing in place a few feet in front of me, just out of smacking distance. Her strange accent was now far more exaggerated as she spoke. It exposed two elongated canine teeth. "I'm sorry," I said politely as possible. "Do you want to, borrow my jacket or something? It's a little cold in here." "He's ready." The second voice came from behind my ear. I turned around to see Lauren, scantily clad in what can only be described as a dominatrix swimsuit. Black leather, fishnets, mascara, lipstick, and nothing else. "The mind flaying is complete. He has no idea where he is or what has happened. He's utterly confused." I absolutely agreed with the last thing she said. Everything else felt like gibberish. "Excellent," Bridget exclaimed. She was right behind me now, her hand wrapped around my torso, her fingers settling over my heart as she pulled me to her, pressing her cold chest against my back and whispering into my ear, "I've wanted this one since the moment he walked in." I stammered, Do you ladies know how much a polar bear weighs?" They both cackled. I could see that Lauren bore the same fangs as Bridget. I felt awkward as hell. Right then, the door to the basement stairs broke at the lock and slammed against the concrete wall. Jerry stood on the other side with a shirt covered in blood, a crossbow in his hands, and a look of gleeful madness in his eyes. The woman immediately stopped laughing. "Impossible," Bridget hissed. "You're supposed to be dead."
"Yeah?" he responded, taking a step into the room. "Well, you're supposed to be stupid. I guess I'm the only one here defying expectations." With that, he aimed the crossbow at Lauren and let an arrow fly. As it pierced her chest, she screamed, falling to her knees and exclaiming, "Ah! You've killed me, you butthole!" Her final words lingered in the air as she burst into white flames and then quickly extinguished, leaving behind only a pile of ash. Bridget pushed me into the wall with way more force than someone her size should be capable of. I hit the ground and watched as she floated towards Jerry. "You're too late, Jeremiah Cumberbatch. The mind flaying is complete. Your friend now believes that none of this is real. Nothing you say will convince him otherwise. Your only choice is to join us." Jerry threw the crossbow to the ground as he closed the distance. She bore her teeth, hissing, and then went back for the attack. She must not have seen the wooden stake tucked under his belt. He pulled it out, thrust the weapon into her heart, and quipped, "Suck on this, bloodsucker." She wailed in pain as her skin burst into a brilliant white fire. I guess they should have been wearing a little more armor over their single vulnerable organ. But nobody asked my opinion, so I stretched and wiggled my extremities to test for any broken bones. My shoulder took most of the brunt force from the attack, but save for a nasty bruise, I couldn't complain. As I got up to my feet, Jerry ran up to my side and started shaking me like a human maraca. "Jack," he shouted, "are you okay? Talk to me, damn it."
I waited for him to stop shaking me before answering, "I'm fine." He smacked me and said, "Snap out of it." I smacked him back as hard as I could. "Don't hit people, dude. We've talked about this." He brushed his hand against my cheek and asked,
"Do you know where we are? Can you remember what's going on?"
"Well," I looked around. "I think we're still trapped in Bedside Manor." I looked at the pile of ash on the floor, and then at the blood on Jerry's shirt. "However," I continued, "I feel like I might have missed something." He grabbed me and shook me again.
"It's your mind. They flayed it."
"Who did?"
"The vampires."
"Oh, okay." "What?"
"Here's what happened. Your name is Jack Townsend. I'm your best friend Jerry. I loaned you $10,000. Pay me back when you can. Then we went to the cross-country road trip until the car mysteriously broke down outside of the spooky manor. We came here to ask if we could use the phone, and then bam! Turns out this was just another one of them classic sexy vampire dens. I've been killing them all night. They captured you because they wanted to turn you into their Renfield sex slave. But the only way to do that was to erase your memories. He went to grab the crossbow off the floor. So you're telling me, I said, that I've been brainwashed by sexy vampires to believe that this was all just a simulation? Simulation? He repeated, pulling an arrow from the quiver slung across his shoulder and loading it into the weapon. You mean like the 1999 sci-fi classic The Matrix? No, more like He shoved the weapon in my hands. No time to discuss genre-defining cinematic masterpieces. We have to get out of here before that King Wolfgang recovers my garlic bazooka. It's a long story. Remind me to tell you later. He was already at the stairs when I stopped him with one simple question. Wait, what kind of pet does Lucy have? He turned around to see me aiming the weapon at his face. He blinked a few times and said, Easy there, Jack. You don't want to shoot me. I'm your friend. You have no idea who Lucy is, do you? That's just your mind-flaying talking. So you do know Lucy? Of course. Prove it, then. What kind of pet does she have? She has a pet snake. I gave him a few seconds just in case he wanted a do-over. Then I said, Wrong again. Shit. I aimed for his foot, but the crossbows aren't nearly as intuitive as you might believe. The weapon went off about a half second after I expected it to, and the arrow ended up lodged in his knee. The thing calling himself Jerry put his hands on his lips, gave me an "Are you satisfied?" scowl, and then shook his head. The walls disappeared. I saw nothing but darkness, and then I opened my eyes to a blinding light. Blinding flashlight, to be exact. I could hear Hope's voice before I could even see. Pupils are equal and reactive, she said. I sat up, but she pushed me back down. Another pair of hands joined her, holding me in place on my back. The metal ceiling was only a few feet above me. The room was small. There was shelves on either side with individually wrapped packages. The air smelled like a strange combination of sterility, dirt, and copper. Interesting, I thought. This is something new. I was prone on some kind of slab, with Hope standing to my left, and I now realized the detective to my right. They were both dressed in matching blue uniforms, with a snake-wrapped staff of Hermes enabled on their left breast. I recognized it all too well as the symbol of a paramedic. Hope was holding a syringe in her hands. Not for long, though. The detective may have been shushing me and whispering for me to calm down, but I had no intention of letting a needle come anywhere close to me. I bent my good leg as far as it could go back and kicked Hope square in the face, sending her crashing onto the ground. That sounds impressive, unless you know that I was actually aiming for the syringe. The detective released me and raced to his partner as I sat up and looked out the open back doors of the ambulance. We were parked on the side of a lonely country road. The sun was setting. Nearby, my Nissan was crumpled around an oak tree. The vehicle was utterly destroyed. The only part that wasn't a twisted mangle was a small section on the passenger side seat. Blood spray decorated the hood and remaining bits of windshield. Between the ambulance and tree, 2 more paramedics stood by with something shaped like a body lying beneath a blanket. The detective helped Hope to her feet, then turned to me and said, Please, sir, calm down. We're not here to hurt you. You've been in a terrible accident and suffered major head trauma. We're trying to help you. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come on, dude. This is the worst one yet. I'm not trying to trick you. When you arrived at the scene, you had already lost a lot of blood. Skip intro, I said, cutting him off. I've already been inside ambulances plenty of times, so I know this doesn't look right. I mean, seriously, you guys aren't even wearing gloves. The detective and Hope shared a look. I waved my hand in the air and said, Next! The ambulance vanished with a poof. When the world came back to me, I was in a very different place. The floor was made of stone. The brick walls were lit by torches and decorated with medieval-style weapons and shields. With a pair of windows looking out at smoke clouds flickering red with the reflections of fires burning deep below. I sat up as the enormous wooden doors at the edge of the hall swung open. The man who entered wore a suit of armor, scuffed with dirt and blood from recent battle. As soon as the doors closed behind him, he removed his helmet. Tobias. My lord, he said, looking at me for some reason. He took a knee before continuing. The undead army has reached the castle gates. Our warriors are prepared for their final stand. We await your command. I looked around the giant room, but we were the only 2 here. Why are you asking me?
Oh shit, am I the king in this scenario? I mean, I guess that's a step up, but did you say undead army? At this point, I realized that I was also wearing a suit of armor. It fit miraculously well, like it had been tailor-made to my exact dimensions. Unlike Tobias's silver, mine was shining gold. Interestingly, my bad foot had been replaced with a bejeweled peg-leg tip with spikes. An interesting, if not totally impractical, battle aesthetic. My lord, Tobias said with a tad more urgency, your tongue belies your majesty's wisdom. What foul spirits have nested in your mind? What manner of dark enchantment has bewitched you? I have no idea what you just said. Tobias stood and called into the air. Great wizard, show yourself in this very hour your king requires aid. A purple burst of smoke took the form of an old man in a dark robe. His eyes were hidden beneath the black veil. He held a staff with etchings of snakes running up and down the hilt, and his face contained an all too familiar, overgrown walrus mustache. Why have you summoned me away from the front line? The undead army has breached our castle walls. Great wizard, his majesty speaks madness. The enemy must have enspelled his mind. Nathaniel Wizard waved his staff, dimming the lights temporarily and conjuring a giant bird made of fire. It soared from his staff into the air, crashing against the ceiling, spilling a fireball to every wall before dispelling. With a solemn tone, he gave his answer. A dull fate has befallen our precious king. The necromantic sorcerers have placed a curse upon his memories. He truly believes that he is not the true heir of our kingdom. Nay, that he isn't even from our world. Can this madness be undone? Tobias asked. I fear it may be too late, but there is hope. A counterspell is yet possible. At this moment, the door swung open again. Jerry raced in, covered head to toe in mismatched armor. Holy fucking shit! You guys, the goblins are here, and they're all, angry as fuck! These fuckers have, boomerangs made of human bones and shit! Have you seen this shit? This shit's crazy! He saw me and gave a quick nod of recognition. Yo, Jack, what's up? Tobias let out an annoyed grunt. Jerry shrugged and said, Sorry, dude, I explicitly told you all before we started. I have no idea how to do the Dungeons & Dragons voice. Tobias lowered his head and pinched the bridge of his nose. So, I said, maybe you guys overshot with this one? The detective materialized out of the shadows. With a snap of his fingers, the others disappeared, leaving just the two of us. You are an enigma, Jack. Maybe I've been going about this all wrong. You don't seem particularly accepting of excitement. Perhaps a compromise can be made. They looked up from the typewriter as Claire entered the room. She smiled and said, Knock, knock. A moment too late for it to have mattered. Still, I couldn't help but return her smile. It was in a word, enchanting. I looked at the clock on my desk. 5:30. I would work late again. Claire must have realized I was in the zone, and she didn't want to interrupt the creative process. That was one thing I loved about her. How's it going? She asked. I checked my progress. 5,000 words today, I said. Not terrible. 2 or 3 of them might even make the final cut. Did you finish the vampire scene? She asked, walking over to my side. Yeah, I answered, but you may not want to read it. I can't read any of your stories, she said before leaning in to give me a kiss. They're too weird for me. Fair. Let's pack it up for tonight, though. I need help in the kitchen. I left the story of Bedside Manor open in a Word document, even though I knew I probably wouldn't be returning to it for another few months. That was fine, though. My publisher already told me, in no uncertain terms, that the concept had absolutely no merit whatsoever. My time would be better spent writing the scripts for car insurance commercials. That's where the big money is, he always said. We passed through the living room where the twins were sitting in front of a cartoon on Disney Channel, completely transfixed by whatever it was that the talking crow and kangaroo deer had to say to them. Claire stepped between them and the TV to get their attention. It's time to get ready for dinner, she explained in her mom voice. Your Aunt Lauren and Uncle Jerry are coming over. Our kids cheered like lunatics, as if they didn't see Lauren and Jerry on a nearly weekly basis. As they raced into the bathroom, a thought occurred to me. A dark, sour thought, feeling like a scab being ripped off my brain. Claire looked at me, her piercing blue eyes registering the same thought at the same time. We both knew that we both knew. We talked over one another, stopping, then trying again. She laughed and insisted. No, you go first. I shrugged. None of this feels right. Yeah, she agreed. I know. I sighed. This has got to be the weirdest one yet. I mean, no offense. It's not you. I think you're cute and all. She smiled. Oh, I get it. You're ace as hell. She held out her hand. I took it in mine and shook it. Her grip was firm, professional, and totally platonic. I looked around for the emergency exit, but I couldn't find it. Instead, I saw my children staring up at me with sad, dead eyes. Daddy? They said in unison. Sorry, kids. It's nothing personal. They evaporated into puffs of smoke, and the world around me drained away, leaving nothing but the darkness of eternity. An unending void. What is this place? I asked. The void responded, putting the words into my head. Don't you understand? This place is whatever you wish it to be. You want this to be a secret government experiment so you can be the hero. You want to make this something that you hate so you can destroy it. You want this to be heaven so you can finally relax. This can be anything and everything you want deep down. All you have to do is play the game. Okay, I said. Good idea just struck me. Can we go back to the castle one again? Seriously. Whatever the void was, it seemed like it couldn't read my mind. Yeah, seriously. I had no idea what I was planning. The eternal nothing vanished in a poof. I was back in the castle. The enormous wooden doors at the end of the hall swung open. The man who entered wore a suit of armor, scuffed with dirt and blood from a recent battle. As soon as the door had closed behind him, he removed his helmet. Tobias. My lord, he said before taking a knee. The undead army has reached the castle gates. Our warriors are prepared for their final stand. We await your command. I command you to, I looked around to see if there was anything here to stop me. There wasn't. Hey, what's that over there? Tobias turned around to look over his shoulder at whatever I was pointing at. While he was momentarily distracted, I made a running break for the closest window. The last words I heard before diving out face first were, "My lord, no!" Just as expected, I was far enough off the ground to get the job done. In the distance, goblins and skeletons fought manifold knights clad in battle armor, but my focus was on the ever-approaching ground. I was weightless, falling, speeding towards the inevitable conclusion. They say that jumpers almost invariably regret their decision the moment they jump. My own experience was no exception, but it was the only thing I knew to do. The only way I could jolt my system. I've heard it a million times before. Dream logic. You can fall. You can fly. But you can never hit the ground or else you die in real life. That's why you always wake up before it's too late. See, it may have been an old wives' tale, but at this point, I didn't have anything else to lose. The earth came up to meet me, and because I could not stop for death, he kindly, yada, yada. My eyes shot open. I was awake. I was finally awake. I took in my surroundings. Here we are again, seated around the dinner table. To my right, Jerry. To my left, Lauren. Across from me, I could barely make it out, but that looked like it must have at some point been Wolfgang. My eyes stung like they'd been brining in salt for hours. My muscles were jello, my head was heavy and off balance, and as I moved my neck, I could feel something readjusting itself. Something that felt like a series of shallow knives stabbing into my skin and my hair, releasing streams of blood on my forehead and behind my ears. I reached up and pulled at the heavy, bowl-shaped object on my head, but as I did, the knives dug deeper. The pain was almost too much to bear. In a moment, filled with panic and adrenaline, I pulled with all my strength, yanking the object free. I looked down at the thing in my hands and saw an insect, kicking its 6 pointy legs in the air, chunks of my own flesh attached to the serrated feet. It looked like a gray mite, only it was about a foot in diameter, with a shell like a horseshoe crab. Where its mouth should have been, there was instead a thick, white, segmented tube running into my own mouth. Something beneath the hard crab shell vibrated, emanating the loud, chirping noise. I dropped the mite onto its back, grabbing the tube inside my mouth, and started pulling. It was sticky, slimy, rubbery, and worst of all, long. I could feel it writhing in my throat as I pulled it out, 3 or 4 inches at a time. But the more I pulled, the more emerged, until it was just a coil of white tube, several yards long. When I finally reached the end, I saw that it had a pair of black eyes and a mouth of its own, with concentric circles of hundreds of yellow, hooked teeth. I was looking into a tiny lamprey face. The noise it made when we locked eyes was loud and shrill. I tossed it aside and dry heaved as every muscle in my body screamed. A tingling feeling was returning to my arms and legs. Tears washed the burn from my eyes, and now I could see with clear horror exactly what surrounded me. The helmet bugs were sitting atop all the others. The calamari mouth tubes suckled at their insides as the creatures clenched themselves in place. The room was the same, but oh so different. The light came from the bioluminescent white film that coated the surface of the walls around us and looked like glowing, coagulated fat. The mouth tubes on the creature I tossed aside was now screeching. It was whipping around like an uncontrolled fire hose. As soon as I was strong enough to stand, I stomped it into oblivion. The mite creature's legs stopped chittering in the air and slowly curved in on themselves. It got off lucky. Death was too good for that bastard. My next move was to try and wake Jerry. He would know what to do. Or he would at least have something funny to say about our predicament. But the creature on his head had 6 legs firmly embedded into his skull. I couldn't figure out any way to remove the bug without risking a fatal scalping. As I considered pulling at the mouth tube, I realized that Jerry had grown a beard since the last time I saw him. Even with the bug helmet, I could see that his wild hair had grown significantly longer. We must have been sitting here at this table for a couple of weeks at least. Realizations came to me in waves. He was wearing the same clothes he had on when we walked up the hill to Bedside Manor. I was also back in my jeans and t-shirt. The floor was sticky, patches of spaghetti noodle plants wriggling out of the carpet every few feet, releasing clouds of ashy spores into the air. On the table where our plates should have been, there were clusters of translucent egg sacs, with each egg about the size of a ping-pong ball and containing multiple tiny helmet bug embryos. To top it off, everyone else at the table was different now. They were all emaciated, the worst being Tobias and Bridget. Mummified corpses with dark tanned skin stretched across skeletal remains. Wolfgang was naked, taller, gaunt, and stretched out like a starved child that had aged into malnourished adulthood. He and his mother must have been sitting in place for years. Claire and Lauren were wearing the same clothing as when we attempted our escape together. Felt like such a long, long time ago. I couldn't tell how long the sisters had been here, but they both looked like they were starving. I needed to check to see if any of them were even breathing, or if the insects had sucked the last of the life from their husks. Stripes of blood had dried in lines down Claire's face long ago. The tube of the insect pulsed as I got closer. The parasitic monster was clearly aware of my presence, even if none of the others were. Maybe I could scare it away or pry it off, but first I needed to see if I was wasting my time on a futile effort. I put my hand to Claire's neck, hoping to feel a pulse. Her skin felt cold under my fingertips. If there was a trace of a heartbeat. I couldn't find it. But I didn't need to. Her hand shot up and wrapped around my wrist. Her eyes opened wide and stared ahead. Through me. And then I heard her voice inside my head. Get out while you still can. Do not try to save us. She released her grip and let her hand fall to her side. Her eyes closed. And she went as still as a frozen lake. Claire, I said, I'm not going to leave you. There was a different voice in my head now. Not Claire's, not mine. Someone. Something else. You're not supposed to be here, Jack. I felt the blazing heat upon my back like a fire run amok. I turned to face the source and nearly missed it. The thing emitting the invisible radiation was sitting there, at the head of the table, the same place where it had been this entire time. I knew he was there, only I couldn't see him. He didn't reflect any light, like some kind of dark hole. He absorbed everything around him, but I could sense his presence if I focused hard enough. He was the shape of a human. One head, 2 arms, all that stuff, except he wasn't made of flesh and matter. He was made of negative space. I physically couldn't even point my eyes at him, but I knew he was there. Hey, I said. This whole thing your idea? Yes. He said back in a voice that sounded like a hiss of steam. Well, it's quite awful and I hate it. I know. You were never supposed to see this. No one's ever woken up before. Not in a billion worlds. Not in a trillion years. There's no protocol for this. What are you supposed to be, anyway? We are as the microbiota who live in your intestines. We help you. We keep you alive and strong, and in return, you feed us. Our species are a symbiosis. We wish you no harm. Yeah, really? I said, wiping the fresh blood trail out of my brow. You could have fooled me. I mean, what with all the death and torture and everything. We survive off the emotional energy you throw away. Excitement, fear, love, hate. It all tastes the same. When our hosts allow it, we sow euphoric sustenance. But if our hosts try to starve us, we make darker withdrawals in the name of survival. Surely you understand. Yeah, understand my dick, I screamed. This negative void entity was really starting to piss me off. Perhaps, the voice said with hesitation. A compromise is in order. For a brief instant, I felt a flicker of hope. The entity running this nightmare wanted to come to the proverbial table. Gods don't need to negotiate. The fact that it was willing to bargain could only mean it knew I was capable of harming it. I just had to figure out what it was afraid of. Compromise, huh? I looked around the room. Well, you could start by letting us all go and maybe buy me a new car. That's not possible. I'd settle for an old car. You may leave this place, and you may take one of the other players with you. Choose well, for this is the only chance you get. That made sense. The game needed to continue no matter what the cost. These creatures survived for years without me or Jerry. Their nest had reached max capacity with 6 hosts. If any more than 2 of us left, there wouldn't be enough to feed the brood. I wasn't going to lose any sleep over leaving Wolfgang to dream it out forever. But running away wasn't much of an option either. I looked at Jerry, then turned to Claire. Her words echoed in my mind. Get out while you still can. Do not try to save us. Now, this wasn't fair. See, I'd beaten the game. I'd escaped. And this was my reward? Another impossible moral dilemma? Even if I did make a deal and rescue another person, or even if I stayed behind so Claire and Jerry could both get out, I would just be delaying the Void's plan. 2 other poor suckers would replace the empty roles, and then the game might actually get played. Then whatever the next step was supposed to be, I'm still not completely sure what they're planning, there was only one real option. Everything else was merely a distraction. I had to stop the game for good. I didn't know how, but if there was one person in the world who could fuck shit up enough to save the day, it was Jerry. I walked over to where he sat and grabbed the fleshy umbilical cord connecting him to the bug in his head with both hands. I began yanking it out of Jerry's throat. "Stop that," commanded the entity at the head of the table. He didn't like what I was doing. That was a sign that I was on the right path. The thing wriggling in my hands as I removed it inch by inch. It was a yard long when I finally heard the sound of the head of the creature popped out of Jerry's mouth, recoiling to face me and screeching. Jerry's eyes popped open. He gagged, sputtered, looked around. "What in the holy name of Xenu?" The wormy tentacle whipped out of my hands and darted for Jerry's mouth like a moth to a lamp. Considering how many benders I'd seen him recover from, I shouldn't have been surprised by how quickly Jerry's reflexes returned to him after regaining consciousness. Without even taking the time to panic, he punched the creature in the face and said, "At least buy me a drink first." "Jerry!" I yelled. "No time to explain. We've been tripping on deep throat monster juju this whole time." He looked at the others in the room, at all the bugs latched onto their heads. With a grossed-out expression, he put a hand onto his own head and felt the creature there. "Quick!" he yelled, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a metal lighter. "Grab the prehensile proboscis!" The what? "The prehensile proboscis, Jack!" I don't know what that means. "The teethy tube! Jesus, Jack! Learn context clues!" I grabbed the teethy tube out of the air. It wriggled and fought back. I dodged its snapping teeth as Jerry worked the lighter. It took a few flicks, but eventually he managed to catch a steady flame, which he then held against the bug's shell. It screeched in my hands. The body portion detached from Jerry's head, kicking the lighter out of his hand and jumping away. As soon as it was loose, I swung it around in the air and gave it my best hammer throw into the wall. "Enough!" shouted the Void. "I command you to stop!" Jerry pointed at the entity at the end of the table, turned away momentarily to vomit on the floor, then asked, "What's that thing?" I don't know. Something stupid. It seemed to rise, like it was standing, or growing. "There are 8 billion hungry mouths waiting to be fed. You cannot stop all of us." Jerry picked up his chair and flung it into the Void, shouting, "Try me, bitch!" The Void disappeared with a sound like a crack of thunder. Still, his voice lingered. "You will end this senseless violence, or else we'll not be so kind the next time we put you back into the game. Your whole species will have you to blame when they wake up in a hellscape." I heard a noise that nearly stopped my heart. An avalanche of stabs. I turned around to see hundreds of insectoids crawling through the door, skittering towards us on thousands of feet, emerging from the fat in the wall, burrowing out of the holes in the floor, crawling across the ceiling. Most of them were smaller than the ones that had grabbed onto us. Fresh hatchlings, bodies the size of coins and mouth tubes as long as rulers. They covered every inch of the floor, climbing over one another, flowing towards us, reaching out with their lamprey mouths, screeching that horrible noise. Jerry jumped onto the table, grabbed my hand, and hoisted me up. As they expanded to the walls and began to cover the white bioluminescent film, the room grew darker and darker. "All right," Jerry said. "Don't panic, I have a plan. First, I'm going to jump onto the chandelier and swing across to the—" He didn't finish what he was saying. One of the legs from the table broke under our weight. We both toppled off of it and slammed into the pile of hatchlings at Bridget's feet. I stood and wiped the bug goo off my shoulder, then jumped into the chair with Bridget. Now that I was this close, it was hard not to see exactly what those creatures had done to her. Her hair was long and gray, her clothes torn down to tatters. Her jerkified skin clung tightly over the bones like it had been vacuum sealed, and in the dim light, I could easily see her pupils rapidly bouncing back and forth behind their closed lids. She may have been sucked dry, but the insects were keeping her alive somehow. I couldn't focus on that, though. Not right now. An idea struck me. I pointed at Tobias's shriveled husk and shouted to Jerry, "Weapon!" Jerry didn't miss a beat. He sloshed through the puddle of insects, grabbed Tobias's skeletal arm, put his foot against the man's torso and said, "Sorry, T-Bone," before ripping the limb free from its socket with a sickening flap. One of the adult insects leapt through the air. Jerry punted it across the room with Tobias's arm.
I meant his gun! Oh! Jerry dropped the arm, bent down, ripped the fabric from Tobias's decaying pants, and picked up the gun where it had been settled onto the floor by his ankle. Bugs spread up his arm and legs. An army of little bastards were stabbing their way up Bridget's chair and onto my leg as well. There were too many. We'd never be able to kill them all. For the briefest of moments, I considered begging Jerry to just shoot us both. But then Jerry pointed at the cluster of eggs on the wall and fired. The sound of the gunshot in the tiny room was loud, but the reacting screams of hundreds of shrill, otherworldly monsters was nearly deafening. The walls reverberated from the collective hissing, and altogether they flowed away from the noise. They dropped from my clothes and skin. They ran back into the holes in the floor and wall. They retreated en masse. It would seem they weren't used to their food fighting back like this. Jack? The voice was weak. I turned my head to see Claire. Her eyes were unfocused. Fresh crimson lines ran down her face. She looked at me, tried to stand, and collapsed into her chair. The creature that had been draining her had retreated at the sound of the gunshot, along with all the others, and pained moans escaped from Lauren's throat. Before I could say anything, Jerry screamed a word I've heard him scream far too many times. Fire! He had pointed at the other side of the room where his lighter had landed with the wick still lit. A ring of flame steadily expanded outwards on the carpet. When the fire hit the wall, it ran up the edge like a dry fuse. Egg sacs sizzled and popped. Tiny monsters screeched and fell to the floor, and before I knew it, the fire had reached the ceiling. I forced myself to ignore it, for now, and focus on the escape. I ran to Claire's side. Jerry took my lead and rushed over to Lauren. Claire's eyes opened momentarily. Her head rolled to one side as she focused on me and said, Don't. Please save yourself. We're getting you and your sister out of here. She closed her eyes. She was too weak to fight. No, I don't. And that was it. She was unconscious again. I assumed she was trying to say something like, I don't know how to thank you, but I could feel the fire against my back, a real fire now, so there wasn't any time to reconsider. I put an arm around her back, another beneath her legs, and scooped her up. I was shocked at how little she weighed. Somehow, I found room in my heart to hate this house even more for what it had put us through. I looked over and saw that Jerry had thrown Lauren over his shoulder in a fireman's carry. She continued to moan as he led the way out of the burning room. The walls of the great room were completely covered in the same waxy, white, flammable substance. The hexagonal pattern emerged, a beehive shape with each section containing clusters of translucent eggs. They vibrated as we entered, swelling and bouncing in tandem like the house was breathing. A pair of mites, both the size of English muffins, crawled down the wall on either side of the front door. Their tube appendages were as thick and as long as elephant trunks. Wait! The command came from the creature closer to us, in the same crepitating voice that Maggie used when she invited us into the manor all that time ago. You can't go. It's dangerous out there. Another voice entered the room, a man's voice. This one sounded like Nathaniel, and it sounded like it was coming from the other creature. I believe now would be an excellent time for us all to come together and work as a team if we are to solve the mystery of Bedside Manor. Jerry took aim and fired at the one that sounded like Maggie. Its hind end exploded in red goo, prompting the other monster to dive into the ground and burrow into a crack. Jerry pointed the gun at the floor. The thing could be anywhere now. Jack. Claire's voice was in my head. She was weak and losing a lot of blood. I looked at her. She struggled to tell me something. I don't have, What are we waiting for? Jerry blurted. He moved for the door. I followed. Whatever Claire needed to confide in us, she could do it outside. We hit the door, came out on the other side, and kept running. It was the middle of the night. The only light coming from a full moon. The air was full of humidity and cicada screams. We kept running until we were halfway down the driveway, and then I stopped. I needed to help Claire, to stop the bleeding. I laid her down on the grass, and I started searching my pockets for something to help. Sunscreen, trail mix, useless. Lauren sounded like she was coming to with a gnarly hangover. Jerry let her down, and she instantly went to her knees. He didn't even hesitate to pull off his t-shirt and started ripping it into bandage shreds. I took the fabric, wrapped it around Claire's head, and then tried to get her to wake up while we tended to her older sister. Claire, can you hear me? I repeated myself a little louder. Claire! Claire, can you hear me? Her eyes opened, and then focused on mine. Lauren staggered over to our side just as Claire began to speak. Where are we? Awake, I answered.
hoping with every last bit of hope that it was the truth.
Damn, Siri said.
I turned around to see what he was looking at the manor. The flames grew quickly. Heavy smoke billowed from the windows. The unearthly screeching succumbed to silence. Before I knew it, the house was entirely aflame, fires lapping at the underbellies of clouds. Should we keep running? I said at last. No, Lauren answered. We need to make sure none of those things get out. Nobody voiced any objections. After everything we've been through, we were all so tired. It felt good to relax and watch the house die. Once Lauren and Claire were able to walk again, we left the manor for the last time. As soon as we hit the front of the property, we saw the car graveyard on the other side of the road. It was hidden in plain sight, a huge field with at least 20 different vehicles parked haphazardly, most of them with all their doors open. Some, it seemed, had been rusting away for decades. At the very back, I found my shitty little Nissan. Who parked this here? I asked, but as soon as the words came out of my mouth, I remembered. The bandaged memory fell out of place. I was no longer under the spell. We parked here, on purpose. Jerry saw the house. We thought it would be smart to leave the car and check it out. Seemed like such a good idea at the time. I shook my head. There was another conflicting memory taking up the same spot. We broke down a mile up the road and walked here to use the phone. There weren't any other cars. My head throbbed. I was getting a migraine for the record books, and I still can't tell which of these memories, if either, was real. The engine started right away. Jerry offered to drive. I gave Lauren shotgun while Claire and I took the back seat. We sped away from that place as fast as Jerry could drive. Only when we were miles away did I dare quit looking out the back window. It was done. Gone. Behind us. When I finally let myself look away, I found Claire staring at me. What was it you were trying to say to me earlier? I wondered. I received the answer to my question before I could even ask it. Jack, she said softly. I don't have a sister. I turned my head to see Lauren, leaning back in her seat, looking right at me. I felt a familiar buzzing energy run up and down my spine as she smiled and winked. Hey there, kids. Thank you so much for listening to tonight's story, and I wanted to tell you thank you, for listening to me at all. I am actually coming up on doing this for 10 whole years. Come January 4th, I will have been doing YouTube for 10 years. So that's a hell of a thing, man. And honestly, it means nothing without all of you. So thank you for that. Thank you for listening on YouTube or on the podcast. I also want to give a very big thank you shout out to all of you guys out there on Patreon. If you guys want to check out patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, you're able to support the show, support me, support my cats, support, being cool folks out there, like people like these. Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Mr. Thud, Ken Lando Higuchi, Chompski, Bobby Carmen, Nico Kaeo, Tristain Pelton, Chance Burnett, Diana Kraus, Raven Hart, 1-800-Nightmare, King Hades F13, Unknown Nobody, Joshua McMeekin, Michael Scarborough, Kazin, this is my real name, no shit, Jason VB Wilson, Infernal One, Little Wolf Gaming, JimboTheHutt, Caspian, Jordan Niels, Hades Nephew, Jordan Wayne Deckard, Bradley Leipe, and Charron, AcidSystem, Mike Bullock, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation Society, Brian Arce, Cryptic Nightmares, Brianna Wright, Someone You Love, S-Man, Kiri the Sloth, Thomas Burgett, Liam Newman, Sky Harbor, Caleb Dougal, Nina Smith, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Daniel Polson, and CoryxKenshin. Thank you guys so much for your support on Patreon. I really can't thank you enough. And everybody who's down there in the description, thank you guys so much as well. And everybody who's not on either of those tiers, who just have $1 on Patreon, I can't thank you guys, for making these past 10 years incredible. This entire time I've ever spent on YouTube, on podcasting, everything amazing. And all of you who are at home listening, thank you guys so much for listening. I hope you all have a wonderful, happy holidays and sweet dreams.